final. Robert Thornton shakes off a spirited Kevin Painter.
Bullseye finish, theatre in the tavern. And Adams advances to the final. A place in the darting history books.
Hello again from the Circus Tavern, once the home of the PDC World Darts Championship, now the home of the Seniors World Darts Championship. And it's Saturday Night Live with Bobby George, who's charted the progress of this tournament from start and will do so all the way to the finish. Right, let's get going, let's check out the draw. Huge game first up tonight. Defending Seniors World Champion Robert Thornton will play Scott Mitchell. Robert put down a marker with a terrific performance in his victory over Roland Shelton late last night. Scott's been tipped as a potential winner of the tournament. On stage tonight, the multi-title Martin Adams up against the Texan Leonard Gates. And whoever wins that game will move into a quarter-final with Daryl Fitton or John Part. That's the final game of tonight. Richie Howson won his match with Andy Jenkins earlier today to move into the last 8. And his quarter-final opponent will be Darren Johnson or 16 times world champion Phil Taylor. That's the third match on tonight's order of play. Wasn't straightforward for Phil in his victory over Colin McGarry. But today is another 4 matches. All 4 quarter-finals back-to-back tomorrow afternoon. Semi-finals and the final tomorrow night. And anyone that's hit bullseye in years can play on the Seniors. So far for you?
I thought Dubbridge he stood out the best player today, in my opinion, and Duff, he played very well as well. But Dubbridge was really good. He played all the way through the same standard. He was very consistent.
Would you go as far as to say Mark Dubbridge might be a potential winner of the tournament?
Yeah, he could be, because he played well. And if he maintained that all the way through, then he could be, yes.
Well, I guess if we look at his darting CV, World Championship finalist, also won a Masters tournament. He's been in all the tournaments and been away from this level of competition, but he's only just 50. And this is what I'm saying about the Seniors Tour. It's giving people like Mark and others a fresh impetus.
Well, 50, you're not old at 50.
Exactly.
Are you?
No.
So why not get your darts out, go and sharpen them up and get on the practice board and see if you get it? It's great, isn't it? It's a great thing to do. Absolutely.
As you say, Neil Duff was good as well today.
Yeah, very good.
He's the reigning WDF World Champion, by the way.
Excuse me, he was very good.
Yeah.
Very consistent. He didn't give Della a chance. He just gave him away, really. 3 sets to 0. Della started playing at the end of the last set. But too late then, it was too late.
OK, let's look and see and check out tonight's order of play and see who we're going to be watching for places in the quarter-finals. Defending Seniors World Champion Robert Thornton versus Scott Mitchell. That's going to get going any moment now, and the place is going to go ballistic when they walk in. Also, Martin Adams against Leonard Gates. Leonard Gates is the Texan who's playing on the PDC circuit and has every chance, although Martin Adams is so consistent down the years. That's a really tough game to call. Darren Johnson against Phil Taylor, 16 times a world champion, openly admits that when he came back to play on the Seniors Tour, he says, I'm not the player I was, but I'm going to do my level best to get back to some sort of standard. And make no mistake, the power wants another title. And it's John Part against Daryl Fitton. OK, Bobby, first game we're going to see is Robert Thornton against Scott Mitchell. What are your thoughts ahead of this match?
It's the timing. Scott is slow, not slow, he just takes his time, 12 to 14 seconds, takes his darts out until he gets back on the hockey. And Robert is fiery. He's a repetition play. He likes to get on with it. So the slowness could put Robert off slightly.
Robert Thornton is also the match play champion in the Seniors Tour, as well as the world champion. And he seems to come alive in these tournaments. The Seniors has really given him a massive boost.
Yeah, well, however he plays, it's a wonder he hasn't got a tour card. I can't understand it, because he's such a good player. And he produces nice games all the time. But this one, will he win it again? See, I think he's up for it. He says he's going to win it. He told me.
You know, Bob, when you're playing in matches like this, in the Circus Tavern, in an atmosphere like this, and you want it so much, sometimes can that play a part? Because I sort of felt as though, talking to Scott a few days ago, Scott wears his heart on his sleeve, and he wants to do so well for his family and himself, and darts means so much to him. Sometimes can you just give so much?
Well, you can. You can. You want it bad. It's hard to get it when you want it so bad. But he's been around a fair while now. He should get over that, really.
Yeah.
He should be able to get up there. When you play darts, you only see the chalkers and the caller. Behind you, you can only hear them. That's the only thing. So you don't see them.
But for those of us that don't do it, how can you just relax and play the game
for people who've never done it, they'll be so nervous. People who don't do this job will get nervous.
Really?
Because you do it all the time, you do it to the best of your ability. I'm still learning, Brandon.
You and me both. I just think I'm looking forward to it because the crowd is terrific.
Oh, they're great.
The music's been good.
Yeah,
it just generates a great atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah. They'll all be cheering.
And surely that brings out the best of the players too.
Yeah, it does. It makes you feel good, especially when you're playing well and they get behind you. It lifts you. Yeah, it seems to lift you up. I used to love it. Loved it.
Okay, here we go. First match about to get going, and Paul Starr will introduce the players.
Welcome to the party, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from Purfleet at the Circus Tavern. Of course, this is the stage where legends played and dart and history was made, and it's the last 16 stage of the Jennings Bet World Seniors Dart Championship, and we are ready. The players are ready, and it's tungsten time! And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Dorset in England, can you please welcome the 2015 Lakeside World Champion, Scotty Dog, Scott Mitchell!
Was nice, the party was jumping, and everybody having a ball until the fellas started in calling, and the girls respond to the call. Liverpool would shout out, "Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? I see the young people had a ball push Billy from the spectrum. Get back coffee, bash coffee, get back you flea infested mongrel.
And now from Ayrshire in Scotland, he's a former World Masters, World Grand Prix and UK Open champion. He's the reigning World Seniors Match Play champion. He's the reigning and defending World Seniors champion. And it's time to walk 500 miles with the Thorn, Robert Thornton!
Welcome to Saturday night at the Seniors World Darts Championship. The champion is on the stage, Robert Thornton, one of the most tenacious tungsten terriers in the sport, and a man who has been very much at home in these World Seniors events, winning 2 of the 3 televised tournaments last year, including the inaugural World Championship here at the Circus Tavern. But from one dogged darter to another, Scotty Dog Mitchell, the Bournemouth farmer who ploughed past Peter Manley in the opening round and really seemed to enjoy himself. He will have to up his level if he is to take Thornton to task and threaten his title defence. The Thorn posting the only average north of 90 in his opening round victory against Roland Shulton, and he now, incredibly, has 5 of the 6 highest averages in the 2-year history of this tournament. On this historic stage, I'm Chris Murphy, guiding you through the evening's action in the company of a man who's won on that stage. Good evening, Paul Nicholson.
Good evening, Murph, and to everybody tuning in. Another great night's action for you here at the Circus Tavern. And at this stage of the tournament, is this where things just go up a notch? Because we have seen over the first couple of days a lot of nerve-shredding encounters and people just settling into this challenge. But now we are saving the best quality possibly, but just before the quarter-finals.
A reminder, 4 players already there after this afternoon's action. Neil Duff awaits the winner of this one in the last 8, which will be played tomorrow afternoon. Kevin Painter will meet Mark Dudbridge, a flashy performance from him. And Richie Howson, the home hero here in Essex, through to take on either Darren Johnson or Phil the Tower Taylor.
It's interesting to me that the defending champion is in game 1 tonight. I think we all knew that Phil Taylor was going to have prime time, but Robert was last game on yesterday, and he had to wait for that game as well, because we did have some very long matches on the Friday night schedule. But he didn't take long to dispatch of Roland Shulton with a very good display.
Yeah, one that maybe made a lot of people stand up and take note. Many tipping Scott Mitchell for this title, despite knowing that he was set to meet the Thorn in this second round. And he is making a move already with that maximum, his 4th of the event, on the Mitchell throw.
Back comes Mitchell. This is what you're in for tonight. This is going to be good.
Can't be done now, the 160. So the 106 on offer for Scott Mitchell by virtue of his 3rd 180 of the weekend.
90. Scott O'Carl 106.
Expect both players to be leaving tops a lot. But who is going to be Sir Tops a lot? Thornton on his shot. Now that Mitchell can't take his, we'll go for treble 10. Tops it is.
50.
Tops he doesn't get.
Scott O'Carl 56.
How about Mitchell?
And it was on the end of Thornton's arm last evening. So much so that his double percentage was more than 50%. Scott Mitchell's was a shadow of that, but he has hoisted the Thorn by his own petard to win the opening leg.
One difference that I have seen in the dart shirt of Robert Thornton this week is that little gold star on the collar. It's one of the things that dart players do when they get a world title. See one on the dog collar on the back of the pink and black shirt from Scott Mitchell.
100.
He is a world champion now, world senior champion. He might have another star on that collar come the next event, the Champion of Champions next month in Blackpool.
100.
He never had much luck in Blackpool when the Thorn turned up at the World Match Play, winning just 1 game. But he has kind of put right the wrongs of his professional career on the Seniors Tour, because he never had good fortune in match plays, which he won last year, or World Championships, which he won last year. In fact, the only tournament that he had won that we have in the seniors in his pro career was the Masters, and that's the one that he didn't
41.
win.
It's time yet. He's a mere spring chicken when it comes to senior darts. He's a lot younger than some of the other combatants. But it's been great to have some new blood this year with Dudbridge and Mitchell, Stompé, who was kind enough to donate some time this afternoon to give us his insight
45.
in the commentary box.
We are going to have the pleasure of the company of Roland Sholton later this evening, the man who Thornton was just too good for in the first round.
Another leg where Robert leaves 160. The number I've seen more than anything else today is 77.
60. Robert Yukar,
We'll get to that
160.
in due course. Let's have a look at Robert for 260s and tops.
You know, his highest checkout
100.
in that win against
Scott
Roland
Yukar,
Sholton
156.
was a mere 56. Didn't need anything big.
It's a good sign, because it means you're scoring well. And you are approaching brilliantly from maybe outside the finishing zone of 170 under.
60.
And things like
Robert Yukar,
2 or
60.
1, you are leaving yourself on 2 darters. Like this.
He's on the
1 all, and the Thorn
Robert Thornton. The leg Scott
has
is the
found
first.
himself a little bit of
He won.
gumption, which we love.
Yeah, once you find Robert Thornton finding his range on double top, you could be in trouble.
I just went down the walk-on
100.
maybe 30 minutes ago just to see how busy it was in there, Murph, and to be honest with you, this place is buzzing tonight. Jam-packed with darts fans. All ages, everybody having a fantastic time. My good friend Steve West is down just short of stage left, next to the walk-on. Honestly, the seats that they have down at the front watching these two players and all of the players tonight, they are outrageous seats. You can smell the darts cases, they are that close.
I remember this time last year, you know, and I'm sure the organisers at the World Seniors Darts Tour won't mind me saying there was a little bit of anxiety about how it might go, how players would perform, and if there was an appetite for World Seniors Darts. Well, that question has been answered emphatically. It's growing. The tour itself, with the players that maybe you haven't heard much about over the age
100.
of 50, raising the standard. Richie Howson, the leading light of that, and we'll see him tomorrow here. And then
100.
people like Scott
Scott
Mitchell
Yukar,
and Neil Duff and
161.
Mark Dudbridge coming into the event. And of course there'll be more televised events this year than there was last year as well.
Absolutely right. Not going to get one of the biggest finishes you can find in 161, but Thornton, like I mentioned, his
65.
approach play from shots like this has been good, but must be good against Mitchell.
Yeah, was very good yesterday, and then when he did get
81.
down to doubles, he was 9 out of
Scott Yukar,
17
96.
compared to 9 out of 31 for Scott Mitchell. So if they both play at a similar standard as yesterday, you'd expect Thornton to win.
But that was yesterday. Today is what it's all about.
56.
And that old
Robert
phrase
Yukar,
of
167.
darts being on the day. Let's find out what happens on the day. Mitchell has the darts
47.
in set 1
Scott Yukar, 40.
and potentially set 5 as well as set 3.
Tops again. The only double used in this match so far.
He's on the
It's found
third.
again. Mitchell
Scott Mitchell.
gets the head.
Both went relative to
Should
the
just
first.
mention that his meeting with Manley was actually the last match on Thursday night, wasn't it? Great fun game of darts.
It was for Scott,
100.
and that was for Robert. Can't help but smile looking at everybody having such a great time tonight. But you're right, it was a fun game of darts, and
95.
Mitchell had fun with it, but he showed enough focus to get through it. It was a tricky encounter because his focus was being troubled by the
100.
ever-present Mr. Man in pink, who tends to take you off your tractor beam of focus, that's for sure.
Well, there was a little moment or two
95.
from Manley in that. What a magical one with a 161 checkout, and then a puzzling one where he almost convinced Scott Mitchell it was his turn to throw
93.
first when he wasn't.
One of these days we'll get to the bottom of that whole thing. I'm sure Scott will enlighten us in due course.
This game has started exactly as most of us expected. It's going to be a tight tussle, this.
I agree.
100. Romeo
He's got
Carl,
time, so he
128.
doesn't have to use the 18s on this 128, but does anyway. He can go back to the treble 18 now, but obviously wants to try and lead tops, as you can see. What are your thoughts on that one? Because he gets the 25 till he's 65. He gets a single 18 going for the treble. He's got 72. I'd almost rather have 72.
Romeo Carl, 65.
It all depends whether this dart finds the green or the red. Neither. But he does end on his favourite.
25. Scott Carl,
A little bit
151.
too high, Robert, that.
Understatement of the week. Oh, there's the one for Scott. But you can't get 150 with 2 darts. And Thornton will be wanting to get a lot closer to double top this time. I have a feeling he might. There you go. 2-2 in the first set. And it is going exactly the way that I thought it would. I think we're going to have a lot of sets in this match. And all of them, I think, will be either 3-1 or 3-2. I don't see any bagel sets here.
We're going loco in Purfleet. 4 tops to win 4 legs.
121.
Look closer to the points of Mitchell. Talked about that new rule that's coming in around 11 months. Those points
55.
are a version of points that I've actually used that Mitchell has. I actually don't know yet if these points are legal in 12 months' time. And I think a lot of us are going to be reading the scripture from the Darts Regulation Authority from the last couple of days to try and figure out what is legal and what is not.
100.
Well, Mitchell has made a move. Thornton needs to respond here.
100.
And that is probably not enough.
People might be tuning in and we're talking about rule changes with points and they wonder, what are you talking about? A couple of days ago, a rule change has been implemented for the start of the 2024 season. The progression of the texture of the points has now been brought into line with a rule, which means that things are going to be regulated in that department. But it's not relevant at this tournament because it will start in 2024. We'll get to that in due course, but this is Robert Thornton waiting for an opportunity that may not come.
$95.
Key leg, the 5th in the first set. Mitchell leaves himself on a 2-darter. Robert Thornton is going to be there or thereabouts. This is perfectly poised.
Scott Carl, 100.
A set 1 with the darts. He needs 95 more. And he's not going to get them right here. So what does Robert do? So many avenues to 66. Treble 10, treble 14.
29.
But he's not a double 16 or double 8 kind of lever, so it's not going to be the bull. Double 12. Big dart. And he's broken Scott Mitchell in set 1. He will now have the darts in set 2 to potentially put himself a set away from winning this last 16 match. That's a massive double 6.
Game on.
There it is, and there's the reaction. Robert Thornton picked his route 66 and took the first step in the journey to continuing the quite excellent title defence here at the Tavern.
Had a little chat with Robert this morning. He was reminding me of that new character from Top Gun Maverick called Hangman. And I just said, "You look good, Robert." And he said, "I am good. I'm very good." He fancied this game tonight. He had no problem with the pace of the game. He knew Mitchell was going to be slightly slower than some other opponents, but Robert's got a lot of patience.
I think Robert Thornton actually sees the World Seniors Tour as kind of his den at the moment, his town, and he's determined to dominate for as long as he can. And these are dominant darts. 2 180s in 3 visits to leave 41 after 9.
If you are a Mitchell fan, you have right to worry, because when Thorne's in this mood, he's pretty hard to stop.
I'm not saying it after the event or even during it. I said it at the time. I think too many people discounted Robert Thornton when he tipped Mitchell for this title. And Thornton has turned up here like a man on a mission.
Game on.
The mission to retain that wonderful trophy, one he's very proud to have possession of. And suddenly he's clicked into gear and could be producing the best we've seen from him yet at the Seniors.
Let's face it, there are some amazing names on that trophy. And the fact that Robert is now part of that is extremely valuable to him. And vastly warranted.
Yeah, all of the names of the world champions, those that have been loved and lost. Thornton the first to win the trophy last year, went on to win the match play as well.
45.
It was David Cameron who took the Masters title, the Canadian. Bill Taylor beaten in 2 of the finals.
Not to mention David Cameron was in there this afternoon with
93.
the trophy. Had it on his table like he was bragging. I'd do exactly the same. Oh, beautiful Masters trophy that is. Almost as if Cameron turned up
60.
in a bit of a stinker of a mood, losing out in round 1 of this tournament. And he thought, you know what, he's going to cheer me up. I'll go and watch on Saturday afternoon. I'll take the trophy with me.
100.
And I'll just stare at it. It's mine, my precious.
Yeah, it was in that section of the draw where there was a cluster of qualifiers, and perhaps the 2 best ones were facing each other. Cameron, of course, qualified for this event as the Masters champion, but qualified for that event.
85.
He was the master. Thornton
58.
was the world champion and the world match play champion. So, to double his lead.
Car 150.
Could go up, could go down. Went up, then went down.
58. Scott your car
Well, I was
116.
probably thinking of 2 treble 20s and double 15. Could go up, could go down. For Mitchell, he goes up. Will go down to go back up. Beautifully done. Exactly what he needed to stop Thornton from getting that 2-leg cushion in set 2.
Yeah, big dart for Scott Mitchell, who is producing a showcase of double top hitting of his own in this match.
83.
Which is exactly what he did when he won the world title 8 years ago. That was 8 years ago. Where have those years gone?
Trying to hunt down this treble. Gets
100.
it. And there is Jenny Fordham, widow of the Viking Andy Fordham, one of the names that is on that marvellous World Championship trophy, a man who was remembered and honoured here in the inaugural event last year.
I'm sure Andy would have loved this. Very fitting that his name is on that trophy. Almost 20 years since Andy won that lakeside against William King in the final. 2004. What a year.
I must admit that was around the time when darts really, on a personal level, came on my radar. He was such a household name, wasn't he?
It did for a lot of people because it was mainstream news. Because of all of his near misses and his likeable factor. He was a superstar without being a world champion. Then he was a celebrity when he became world champion.
Robert Thornton, who became world champion for the first time by lifting that trophy last year, was looking
161.
in a very strong position, but suddenly Mitchell has the opportunity here. That excellent closing out of the previous leg, and now a good start to this one, which means that he's going to have the chance
81.
to break and lead in the second set.
Got to get it with finish, but it's going to be hard now. Oh, he's got to go 25.
80.
15s, that'll do.
Scott Yuka, 80.
Depends whether you want to leave 160 or 170, I guess.
Mitchell's not missing tops. He won't mind not hitting the treble 20 here, but he has hit it, so he has to go elsewhere for once. He ain't too bad there either.
Scott Mitchell.
They both look really sharp. And if Mitchell does hold here,
Game on.
boy, have we got a game in our hands.
Really have, and Robert Thornton had a purple patch, didn't he, when he went out in 15 darts to win the opening set, and then kicked off this set, the 11-dart leg. Looked like then Robert Thornton might just race away, but suddenly Scott Mitchell is on the brink of pulling parallel.
You'd have said to me around 2015 when Scott was winning that world title that we would
97.
one day see him playing at the Circus Tavern on TV. I would have looked at you somewhat quizzically as if to say, what event would that be in? Amazing how things can change in such a short space of time. Someone who played really well on the tour the last couple of years, but maybe the one thing that didn't help him was that loss to Chris Landman at the World Championship just over 12 months ago.
60.
But in a funny sort of way, that loss may have just given him a slightly different avenue in his career. Guess we'll find out over the course of the next 28 hours.
They didn't clash too much in their
100.
professional careers, did they? But Mitchell met Thornton twice when he got his PDC Tour card, as Thornton was kind of on the slide and on course for
81.
losing his. And in both matches, Scott Mitchell won 6-2 in legs and had an identical average of 96.1 against the Thorn.
There you go. And I think wholeheartedly that Robert, being a tour card holder or part of the PDC circuit consistently for about
55.
12, 13 years, after a while he may have just got a little bit dormant going to tournaments because they're held in a lot of similar venues.
Scott Yuka,
He has won a few of those, but I'll
146.
tell you something, he's becoming, in his twilight years, something of a stage player, because he didn't play well at all when he went to the tour events in the World Seniors. So put him on the stage, and boy, does he come to life.
60.
Playing better darts here than he was towards the back end of his PDC career on the Pro Tour.
Correct. But he has slowed down a little bit over the last couple of legs. That 116 from
58.
Mitchell's had an effect.
Scott Yuka, 86.
It really has. Because Thornton was sitting on 92 when Mitchell hit that shot. It's changed the complexity of set 2 completely. And this is for set 2.
We'll have to stay there with Thornton on a finish. He won't try anything. Well,
46.
Okay.
I can't believe that. Scott Mitchell, I
148.
did not expect it.
Neither did
Scott
I.
Mitchell. Not that kind of player, usually.
But it's happening a lot more.
He's been proved right, hasn't he? He's going to have 3 darts and a double he's been hitting
40.
rather than 1 at the ball. Proved me wrong.
Don't miss.
20.
He knows
Robert
that could be
48.
really bad news. Because if Robert really does get his tail up now, he could be in trouble.
Robert Thornton.
Just how big are those misses in leg 4 going to be for Scotty Dog? Because Thorne has got the darts back, and if he holds, he's 2-0 up in sets. This is why I love set play. The turn in this game has been like a hairpin bend in seconds.
Will either be equal in terms of legs won and sets won, or Thornton, having won 2 more legs, would have won 2 more sets. After Mitchell missed those darts. Here he comes.
140.
Ruthless. 2 treble visits twice. And Mitchell starting 45 against the darts. Against a player like Robert, this is gauging on
100.
mission impossible.
And he'd seldom missed a dart at double, and then he gave himself 3 for the set and squandered those. Robert Thornton
100.
is thinking fee, fi, fo, fum.
Even if Mitchell hits a maximum, he's not going to leave a finish. That's how bad this situation has become. He's gone from having set
100.
darts to losing the set potentially in about 60 seconds.
He's not in this leg. Bullseye if he fancies doing it in style, but he'll leave tops.
87.
We've been around him a lot over the last decade. We know exactly what he's going to do before he even does it.
What he usually does is hits tops.
Nobody has hit tops with more accuracy in the last 15 years than Robert Thornton for me. He is the best at it.
60.
About 2 minutes ago, Scott Mitchell was looking at this double to win this set. Now Robert Thornton wants it. He misses it. Mitchell missed 10s as well. So does Robert. And he may decide to bust his score here.
No score.
Right thing to do, but that is a little bit of encouragement for Mitchell maybe. If he can get to 96 at least, then maybe that could happen again for another twist.
Oh, he's taken the encouragement all right.
40.
Pressure piled on.
Better guide this time, no. Double 10, it's massive. And it's in. Oh, boy, that hurts Mitchell. He thought for a second that maybe he was going to get another look for set 2. But 2 is the number that Robert walks away for. Oh, what a set that was. And if you want more of that, you'll have to join us after the break. What a second set that was for Robert Thornton. A set that he should have lost, but now that he's got it, he could make short work of his opponent, who is probably coming back on the stage after a short break, telling himself off for missing tops and tens in leg 4, where he could have been in an equalised situation. But now, the former champion of the world from 2015 in the BDO needs 3 straight sets against the defending champion just to stay in his first World Seniors Darts Championship.
Scott Mitchell. The task has become even more difficult in his attempts.
First set, first leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
To wrestle away that crown of thorns. And it would have hurt him, wouldn't it, that end to the set, because he put himself firmly in pole position.
Well, let's face it,
100.
when Mitchell missed those darts at double, he knew the moment he missed the third shot that the set could turn right there, and it did.
100.
It proves to everybody watching around the world that in set format, you're not safe until that last dart goes in for the set. That's why this is a great format to watch. To play it,
100.
it's nerve-grinding.
And if you look at the story of the match, the most significant leg in it,
100.
that fourth leg of that previous set, was statistically the worst leg of the match, the one that took the most darts. Not always about absolutely blowing your opponent away. It's about when they miss, you hit.
140.
What does Michael van Gerwen say? Doing the right things at the right time. Robert has done that. And predominantly,
60.
Scott has 2.
161.
But it's 2-0 because one moment Scott didn't hit.
Got a healthy lead at the start of set 3.
41.
He's going to have to win 3 straight sets if he is to carry on his quest to add a World Seniors Championship to his roll of honour.
140.
Whoever wants that title tomorrow,
120.
they're going to have to go through the mill. 2 best of 5 set matches to make the final, which is best of 9 sets. Double top for Mitchell. An excellent start
Scott Mitchell.
to a set that he must win.
Second leg is Robert to throw first.
Just goes to show the
Game
bounce
on.
back ability from that disappointment of set 2 has been really good.
Yeah, there have been some really clinical finishes from Scott Mitchell, which will make him wonder why he evaded him at the time it did. He's had a 116. Check out a very neat 8th here. 120 then.
60.
Very strong scoring as well. The only big difference was the 180 column there, with Thornton hitting 4.
140.
Look at the setup of Thornton, and he has something on his flights that used to be a really big thing for a lot of players, but he's one of the only ones I can think of that actually uses them now, called flight
100.
protectors. These little metallic caps that go on the top of the flights. Just look at them. Right there, above his nickname. They have to be pressed into the plastic flights that he uses,
134.
and it stops them from freeing at the top. But if you hit one of those with your point or the end of your barrel, you'll know about it.
.104 for
45.
Robert Thornton.
Romeo
The route you can see on your screen
104.
there would leave him on tops, but it's not a route that he really employs.
Well, he can't leave tops now because he's on 35.
72.
He has to utilise plan B and go down to the bottom left corner. He won't mind being 264 ahead.
Trying to work out how to score +8.
It's that an advancement of the next
Romeo
dartboard.
Car
There is
32.
a section where you can actually do something in reverse.
Just opening the gate here. He's closed the gate now.
Someone's put a padlock on it. Has he got the key? Oh, he has got the key.
Second leg.
He might just have the
Robert
secret
Thornton.
as well.
Third leg sculpted through first. Him on.
Seldom spotted double 16 executed by Robert Thornton, who is once again hovering around that 90 average mark.
60.
We've got some Della fans out there. He was eliminated this afternoon. Good performance from Neil Duff, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. After a slow start, remember he missed 10 darts at double in that opening leg, Neil Duff, and put it behind him. He actually said he was quite relieved when Keith Della took that one, because it meant it was over, and that's the mentality you need, isn't it? Forget what's gone and focus on the present.
Yeah, it's a really good insight into Neil's mindset. And just get the feeling that
131.
he hasn't fully told us how much he really wants to win this tournament. He's almost trying to stay under the radar, but he's doing a miserable job of it.
Well, I think we'll find out tomorrow afternoon, because Duff awaits the winner of this contest. That match
60.
in the quarterfinals will be the first match of the quarterfinals.
100.
We could still have 4 English players and 4 non-English players in the last 8. But for that to be so, we need Thornton to win, or Leonard Gates to beat Martin Adams, and John Parr to beat Darryl Finn.
60. Romeo Kyle 130.
But it's 4 straight 60s from Mitchell.
90.
Well, that would have been superb.
It's still a superb leg when you consider that Mitchell is not even at the halfway point of the leg.
Hasn't he? A treble yet.
That's steady as it comes, really, but he's not getting the trebles. Everything's straight.
60.
And how's that not family
Romeo
treble?
Kyle 40.
60, 60, 60, 60, 60. Robert Thornton managed that in 1 dart in the previous visit.
Game shot on the third
But he takes
leg.
out 40
Robert Thornton.
to go 2-1
Fourth
up
leg Robertson through
in what
first.
he hopes is the final set.
Getting flashbacks, Murph. I remember a game against Gary Anderson in my career where he went to the crowd and said, 1 more. He was right. 1 more leg. Thornton
93.
will have won this. 3 sets to 0.
Yeah, not many saw that coming, but he's playing like a man who is firmly fixed on making sure that nobody takes that title away from him.
But just think about what winning this leg will mean for Robert.
60.
Not only dispatching Mitchell, a very, very capable player, with another 90-plus average potentially. Getting this time slot
58.
is a big benefit if you can get out of here quickly. Maximum rest before tomorrow's action.
Particularly when playing first.
And think about the fact Parr and Finn are playing game 4. That game could easily finish at midnight. This game may not finish
125.
in this leg. In fact, things could turn around again in the same way it did in set 2.
Well, if it does finish in this leg, Robert Thornton
100.
is set to record another average higher than 90 and make it 6 out of the 7 top averages in this tournament over the last 2 years belonging to him. The only other man to average over 90 is Kevin Painter last year.
100.
He's going to take on Mark Dudbridge tomorrow, which is a brilliant game. It's a bad dart from Robert. But that's a great
118.
recovery. It's a guaranteed look at a 1-3-2. Seen tournaments won on shots like that. Needs the 140, you feel. Oh no, that's a real slip.
Romeo Kyle
And he can tell,
132.
but he doesn't want to show how he feels about it to Robert, who has now given Mitchell a look at that 133. It's such a difficult out.
44.
Yeah, but it's not
Shot
the
to Kyle
best
133.
set-up shot from Robert Thornton, who may only get a dart at the ball if he doesn't find a treble when he returns. And he will return.
He's won a major on the bullseye, has Robert.
93. Romeo
How about
Kyle
winning this last
88.
16 match on the bull? He'd rather go for double 14. But the bull is calling right now.
Game shot
Unbelievable.
on the mat.
Robert Thornton glistened and glowed in a glorious performance, and one that makes him look every inch a man who is going to defend his title here at the Seniors World Championship. 500 smiles from Robert Thornton, who defeats the much fancied Mitchell.
How are we doing, guys? If you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to hit subscribe and also hit the like button. Let's try and get 100 likes, guys, if you're enjoying the stream.
Ladies and gentlemen, your appreciation of Scott Mitchell. Thanks, Scott. We'll see you again. Robert! Alright, it's alright. You do that. Yeah, you can't have shiny bums while you're on the telly, can you? What a way to finish that game.
It was, yeah. I knew it had to go. I mean, I had to try and be spot on for the goal, but lucky enough it just went in under the top wire, and when you're 2-0 up and the Bulls go a little bit easier.
That's not the kind of pace that you usually like to play at. You had to be very disciplined yourself in between throws, didn't you?
Yeah, I played Scott once or twice before, and I know how he plays. He's methodical, so I kind of had to try and kind of sort myself out and keep myself focused. It was hard, don't get me wrong, but I got there in the end.
And there's no dramas with Scott either, is there? He goes up, he throws his darts, and he comes back again.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's it with Scott. I mean, he's a bit like myself, but I'm a little bit quicker. I go up and I throw my darts, and
I watch you in between throws, and you have a little shuffle about, and you were very, very disciplined this time. You just looked to the floor and waited for your go.
Yeah, my wife told me, she went, you know how Scott plays, so just keep yourself focused and do something that will keep you focused, and that's what I've done.
And you're also proving that you're not just lethal on tops and tens. You took out a crucial double six for the first set.
Yeah, I got lucky. Scott missed. But I actually felt the double six felt absolutely lovely when it left my hand. I knew it was in. But to win the second set going for double 10, I missed through it. It kind of slipped out my finger a little bit and then went in.
Right. What are you going to do now? You were last on last night, first on tonight, but you've got it all tomorrow because it's the quarters and the semis and the finals.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the hotel, I'm going to relax, have something to eat, and then get ready for tomorrow.
Early bed for you.
Yeah, that's what the wife will tell me.
Absolutely, we know who's in charge. Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Thornton. Neil Duff next. He don't care. He always says, I don't care who I'm playing next. Thanks, Robert. We'll see him in the next round, and we'll see you after this short break.
How are we doing, guys? Okay. 93 likes, almost at 100 likes. In the chat, let's find out where everyone is. Quite a lot of you talking in the chat, which is good. Phil Taylor coming up tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing that. I haven't seen Phil Taylor really play because he kind of retired before I got heavily into streaming. So it'd be cool to see him playing live, if I'm honest. So that's coming up in about 9 o'clock. We should have that match. So yeah, I'll try and keep you entertained while the breaker's on. My headset has decided to die, so I'm having to use a webcam microphone, so my apologies if it sounds shit. Martin Staple says, hello from Kent. How are you doing, Martin? Good evening to you. A lot of moderators in there. I was watching it earlier on and there was nobody in there that wasn't a moderator talking. It's just a sea of blue spammers. Fog High, Ontario, Canada. Rachel Kenneth, Gwyneth Price the GOAT. Strack Marcel, hello from Frankfurt in Germany. Tuna, Dancing Gates DVB. Earlier on the afternoon show, I opted to put the Players' Championship on the screen for the people that were watching it. I'll probably do the same again tomorrow rather than bothering to put it on Twitch. Jared Bartlett, Newfoundland, Canada. Tuna writes Louisiana in the house. Toby Jackson, hello from Idaho. There's quite a few Americans watching. It's kind of cool. Richard Lawton watching from Port Orchard in USA. Sponge Dave is from Darlington. Julian Miller, who is up next? I forgot what they said, and I forgot the someone will tell you. I thought I heard Salito. Hi from Sweden, Kent Carlin. Good evening and welcome to the stream. Letter to Voltaire, hello from San Francisco, USA. Rory, hi from Jersey. And Ben Key is from Georgia, USA. Martin Demi from Belgium. And Durham, that Thornton match ended in an unbelievable way. Someone did ask earlier on in the chat, have there been any 180s? And the answer is yes, there have been some 180s. Obviously nowhere near as many as maybe a PDC event, but yeah, there has been some entertainment today watching it. In Dave Newgate in Yorkshire waiting for Johnson. Matt Craft from Bama, USA. Ricardo Ross says hello from Michigan. Hello Ross, good evening and welcome to the stream. Up to 111 likes now, guys, so thank you for that. Jersey, for Rory from Jersey. Sean says hello from North Carolina. Yeah, let's get up to 150 likes, guys. Nothing in comparison to when we do a PDC event, but yeah, show the love to the channel, and don't forget, if you are new, to subscribe, because I'm going to be looking at trying to find a way to bring these events on a regular basis, just to give us something different on the channel. They're a bit more low-key, smaller audience obviously, but yeah, why not? Let's bring some more senior events onto the channel. You know, I'm open to any kind of dance really. Linda Gates will make everyone dance with this Walk Out the Soldier. Petition Parliament, hello from Crankadoop, Ghana. Dave says hi from Western New York. Yeah, I mean, let's look for other events that we can put on for you guys. The Gold Man's back on the screen, as you can see, or about to see. Shouldn't be too long, and we'll be about 5 minutes, I guess, on to the next match. So if you've got any ideas of other matches or darts you want to see, if you join the Discord group, not just promoting it for no reason, but all the darts people are in there chatting, so you can talk to me directly in there. So if you've got any other suggestions of things you want to see, join the darts group and reach out to me. Sean Townley, Natalie and Sean from Skeggy, Vegas. Josh Morehouse, I live in Harvey Station, New Brunswick, Canada, and I love the darts. And Nels is from Hawaii. Shall we listen to Mr. Goldman? Let me turn my mic off.
Scott, he would have to play extremely well to get over that scoring that Robert was pounding. He just kept the pressure up, just kept up. Just like it was a photograph of the same shot all the time, you know?
You know when players have different styles, and Robert's
Aggressive.
firing, and then Scott plays and very methodical. And so seeing the two styles in action together, and both guys keep into their own game, because you've got to keep to your own game, haven't you?
Well, that's what Scott done. Same pace, then change. Thornton, let him do his bit, walk, and then falls up there, back again. Very, very fast throw, Thornton, but very accurate as well.
Now, last year was the first year of the Seniors Tour. And Robert Thornton, this is going lunatic in his head. Robert Thornton wins the world title and he wins the match play title too.
Yeah.
And he's really, it just seems to me that he now sees this as his home. He's had a great career on the PDC circuit, but it seems to me that he's enjoying life from the Seniors Tour and wants to just show he can play at that trophy winning level for quite a few more years.
Well, he won 2 out of 3. He felt good last year, and he's feeling good because he's playing the same as he was when he left off the last tournament he played in. So he's consistent. He's not a flash in the pan, as they say. He's very consistent.
He's going to play Neil Duff now in the quarter-finals.
Yeah,
Neil's a confident bloke, but watching that, he must think to himself, I've got to raise my game if I'm going to get past the champion.
Yeah, Duff's a very good player as well.
Yes.
Yeah, very, very good. I don't think Duff would have met him over that sort of scoring power. He was more consistent, but Duff he can play darts, and he's a fighter. You know, when he played Lisa Eston, he was, you know, he had to really play darts, didn't he? And he got through it. So it'll be an interesting game to see how they get on. I'll look forward to that one.
Very quickly, Martin Adams, Leonard Gates, who wins this? This is the next game on.
I don't think Martin Adams played that well last time. I was first time I've seen Gates. I've seen him playing the PD Centre, playing there. He played pretty good as Adams. But Adams, you know, he's a grinder. I'll go for Adams. But I like to see the American play really good darts.
Okay, we're going to see a walk-on now, which really has some style. And I want you to get involved, Bob.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. I want to see some moves from you here. I want to see some moves. Leonard is going to show us how it's done. Bob, we've got to see some moves from you.
Oh, dear, don't
Bobby
Raymond.
George. Get have a go, Bob. Okay, Paul Starr will introduce the players.
Welcome back to the party, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from Purfleet at the Circus Tavern. And this is the stage where legends played in dart and history was made. And it's another night of champions here in the Jensbet World Seniors Darts Championship. And we are ready. The players are ready. And it's tungsten time! And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Texas in the USA, it's time to welcome the soldier, Leonard Gates! Ladies and gentlemen, from Peterborough in England, can you please welcome a 3 times back-to-back world master? He's a 3 times Lakeside world champion. It's Wolfie Martin
Juices like wine, and I'm hungry like the wolf.
Plenty of noise for Martin Adams after the man who won last year's World Seniors Darts Championship, Robert Thornton, booked his place in tomorrow's quarter-finals. Can the man he beat in the final, Adams, advance at the expense of the dancing darter Leonard Gates, the man who puts a smile on everybody's face, as does this man, 65 years of age. Wolfie, the three-time world champion, wasn't in the kind of form yesterday that he was last year. But Leonard Gates, well, he has been on a grand tour of darts' spiritual homes over the last 12 months. Lakeside, Ali Pally, now the Circus Tavern. He got the better of a three-time World Championship finalist in Tony O'Shea. Now he's tasked with a three-time World Championship winner in Martin Adams. Robert Thornton has sent out a statement. Can either of these players
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg. It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
It's so funny to me that you mentioned Soldier's tour of the world venues over the last 12 months, because when Martin Adams first went to Lakeside in the early 90s, and then we had the infamous political split,
95.
it was a case of, would Martin ever play at the Circus Tavern? And we waited, how long was it? Almost 30 years for him to play it at the Tavern for the first time in an event like this. After Leonard Gates's Lakeside debut last April, he waits less than a year. That is maybe the most dramatic way of putting how darts has changed in 30 years.
Martin Adams still going strong. We've been kind to him on the graphic there. He is actually 66, isn't he, Martin Adams?
We'll just say 65 forever.
$100.
Grows like he's, well, still 36, doesn't he?
That's good technique, isn't it? He's always had it. The love of the game is still there. And he's got the right attitude for his age as well. He's got a schedule that he can stick to that is not too bruising. And he plans it well in advance. He knew he was going to be here well in advance, and his preparations were meticulously put in place to make sure that he was in decent nick coming into this. Now, I spoke to him yesterday and I said, how did you feel about that performance in the first round? And he just gave me a look.
134.
He didn't need to give me words.
146.
We won't need words if he takes this out. He's not going to. And Leonard Gates will get an early opportunity.
122. Leonard requires 68.
As on occasion in the past, got his numbers wrong. They'll be hoping to get them right here. 48 left with 2. That's double 16.
36.
It's not to be.
Martin, you require 24.
Put the pressure on with that lovely approach of 122.
Game shot on the first
central
leg.
double 12.
Martin Adams
Gives him the
second
ideal
leg.
start.
It's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
There's a great point you made there, Paul, about Leonard Gates on occasion getting the numbers wrong, because that with him is an extra worry, isn't it? With most players, we're looking at whether or not he'll hit the double. With him, we're wondering whether he'll go for the right double.
Correct. With most players, we do not expect them to get the numbers wrong. They know them so well that they won't make errors like that. But we as commentators and Leonard as a player, we have to bring it up because it will come into play at some point. Whether it's today, tomorrow, somewhere down the line.
135.
It is a frailty.
Didn't cost him against Tony O'Shea when it happened on occasion, but it could have. Martin Adams will certainly be there to take full advantage should such a thing occur. Just before we do get into the meat of this match, I do want to just lavish some purple prose on the performance of Robert Thornton, not just in that whitewash win against Scott Mitchell, but in the tournament. Overall, in this tournament, he has an average across his 2 matches of 91.85 and a checkout percentage of 47%.
That is incredible when you think about
140.
2022. They did some statistics about the best finisher on the PDC Pro Tour, the elite. Top of the shop, Damon Hedder, 44%.
140.
Admittedly,
Martin
it was for a
require
year,
138.
but 47% for a tournament is always going to be acceptable.
Treble 18. Double 12.
126.
Did it last year,
Leonard
didn't he?
require
Against Richie
139.
Hansen.
He could not complete 138. Gates can't even start on 139.
Actually, a song that, you know.
85.
Gates can't even
Martin,
start
you
on
require
139.
12.
Not aware
What?
of
Who's
that.
Afraid of 138? A song
okay.
by Armin van Buren. It's on one of his State of Trance mixes.
Well, Adams better not be afraid now of double 1.
Who's afraid of the big bad wolf?
No score.
Double 1 is
Leonard, you require 54.
Well, a moment ago, he could have been taking the audience's adulation after sealing a 138 checkout.
34.
Luckily for him,
Martin, you require 12.
he is coming back. The double 6.
That's a better marker.
Game
Because he
shot
has
the
to stay
second
on the
leg.
double.
Martin Adams.
Obviously, the single 10, he had to move around the board.
Third leg is Martin to
We
throw
didn't hear
first.
those
Game
the
on.
other day, did we? The howls. It's a characteristic of coming to watch Wolfie play in places like this. You said to me,
135.
when watching Martin Adams in the late 90s, that he would be this popular with a universal darting crowd. And he'd have his own
97.
chant and things like that as a 3-time world champion. I would have said fair play. Because there were questions around 2005, 2006 as to whether he ever would win a world championship. But, ooh, that's a good slip.
76.
That was a bad dart that turned out to be a good dart.
It was the best of the 3.
But there has been a change of equipment here for Leonard Gates. He's gone from a more natural
85.
coloured tungsten set to a more bronzy and darker based colour. So at the PDC World Championship, he did mention after he won his game in the first round that he wasn't happy with the way his darts
60.
were behaving, and he wasn't afraid to make changes, and changes have come tonight.
Won't be happy so far tonight. Did have his chances in that previous leg, a couple of darts at
59.
double. But Adams is well clear in this one, or will be if he finds at least one treble.
If he's noticed that Gates has changed his darts, he'll see that as a sign of weakness. And I saw Martin just utter to himself before this visit, come on.
140.
I think he knows right now he's playing better than his opponent. He's got to take full advantage of this spot.
100.
So 90 needed
Martin, you require 90.
for Martin Adams to complete a clean sweep of set 1.
He has his roots, he sticks to them, he doesn't change. Just lay up.
50.
2 cracks out of trouble.
Leonard, you require
Didn't find it.
160.
This would be out of the clear blue sky. Tops.
120.
Great attempt.
Martin, you require
Adams
40.
did not think he was going to get that.
Double 10. Door open for Gates.
Leonard, you require 40.
It's not quite the same scenario as set 2 in our first match of the night. But it's the same kind of misses from Martin Adams that we got from
Gates
Mitchell
on the third
to
leg.
invite somebody in.
Leonard Gates.
It wasn't to win a set, but it's to keep Leonard in the set.
Game on.
Let's have a quick talk about their performances yesterday. For me, Paul, and we'll see if you agree with this, Martin Adams was below par against Prince.
60.
Pretty simple, he was. Averaging just under 79. But one thing I know about Martin is that he will not dwell on that. He will just try to move forward. Ultimately, he was just better than Prince on the day, and that's all you've got to do in the early rounds.
140.
1-3-1. I think that flattered, and I think had it gone to a decider, he could have been in trouble.
He really understands that that's the case. When talking to Helen after that game with Dave Prince,
100.
I think he knew just how fortunate he was that Dave wasn't really at the races.
As for Leonard Gates, is it fair to say he was fortunate that his opponent was below par in Tony O'Shea?
Well, Tony was fighting really hard, but he just couldn't find what he was looking for and couldn't raise his game to that mid-80s to high 80s level that he needed. And Leonard, around 85 for the whole game. It does prove to be quite a fruitful range
140.
when you're hitting your doubles.
If he can maintain that standard and sharpen up his counting, then he's going to be a contender. But this is a very, very difficult opponent
55.
to overcome.
Oh no, should have gone 19s with the last dart.
100.
And maybe Leonard should have gone to the bullseye with his last dart. So maybe we're not going to see some A++ mathematics on the dartboard here in this game, which may result in chances coming people's way that they maybe shouldn't be getting. Great approach from Wolfie though. This is needed.
Leonard require 101.
It doesn't go. Adams will have another crack for the set.
Double 16 is the choice.
Game shot on the fourth
Leonard
leg.
Gates has cancelled out that two-leg lead that Adams opened up.
Fifth leg is Martin's
A little
approach
smile
first. Game on.
from Adams. He's enjoying himself. A look towards Leonard Gates, but he looks a picture of focus.
I think this is the way that Martin enjoys his darts in a competitive sense now. He just takes those on the chin and he realises that worrying about it is just not going to do him any good.
Well, I think he thought he'd put on more than enough pressure, didn't he?
Yeah, I didn't think that Leonard was going to take that based on what we've seen.
60.
Well, fair play to him, he has. And this set is very different now. You can't start 26 and expect to hold your throat. Unless you can back it up with the 140.
Just like the first match.
54.
We are in the decider in the opening set, and although it wasn't plain sailing for Robert Thornton, ultimately after winning that he won the next two. He made it look easy.
Never easy. Even when sometimes it looks easy, it never is.
140.
Trust me.
You've played, of course, in set play tournaments, Paul. Does it feel like when you do get to 2-2 and you lose the set that all the hard work and energy you've put in has been for nothing?
140.
If you think about match play, you're only in the situation to win once. In set play, you're in the position to win many times. It really does exercise you
100.
as to how to get over the line in one-leg shootouts. That's why some of the greatest players have been world champions multiple times, because they have the ability to win those one-leg shootouts.
Martin, you require 95.
That's why Adams is so good at it. That's why he's a legend.
Well, this is well poised. 95 for Adams, went the ball route.
Is he going to stay on the ball? I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's questionable, isn't it?
55.
Bigger targets available.
Leonard, you require
Well, he's laid up for the set
107.
again. And Leonard, who took it 101 to stay in the set, now he needs something very similar to take it.
107, having a big old look at it and stepping back again. He's trying to make sure he knows what he's left here. Last time he did it on double 16 for the 101. Same
Ainge on
target,
the first
same
leg.
outcome. And Leonard Gates has turned the set on its head. Adams won the first two.
First leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
Was
Game on.
sitting on a double in legs 4 and 5, and Gates has taken out three-figure finishers to win both of them.
Outstanding.
125.
And he missed a 160 on tops. Here to use a very famous phrase, but it's very apt for Leonard Gates, because if you look at the way he prepares for every throw, it was finger licking good, because he's an Olympian
41.
finger licker when it comes to pre-throw. He does it so much more than anybody else. Talk about chalk with Keith Diller
100.
and other people using wax and resin and things like that. But we do see some people get moisture on their fingers from blowing on their hands, or in Leonard's case, he licks the fingertips.
60.
Does it a lot. Obviously worked in set one. And the change of equipment worked as well, because after a couple of legs,
100.
he went to these barrels. I'd be surprised if he changes back.
He may have only played one set, but this is leg 6 in this match, and both men are averaging in the 90s.
This is a new level for Leonard Gates, really, because
85.
we didn't see anything this good at Lakeside when he walked out to the music of John Cena when he lost to Steve Hine, I believe it was.
And it's certainly not a
180.
new level for Martin Adams, but those who have seen him play elsewhere of late will know that he can average in the 70s one day and in the 90s the next.
Correct.
That's where his game's at this stage of his career. But he could be about to lose a fourth straight leg here.
45.
He'll be
Leonard to
hoping that the
require
momentum
58.
that Leonard has got in the last few legs is not going to carry into set number 2. But it is.
Ainge on the first leg. Leonard Gates.
He's getting himself
Second leg, it's
a little
Martin
bit
to
of a
throw
head of steam
first.
here.
Game on.
Predominantly throughout the course of darting history, if you drew someone from the United States, particularly at this venue in the
100.
PDC World Championship between 94 and 2007, you were just rubbing your hands. Things are different now. They're a little bit better over the pond at this
140.
sport.
And many thought that the first world match play, that was the case, didn't they, when it was filled with American players, but then one of them went and won it in Larry Butler.
You're absolutely right.
140.
They were great players. Larry Butler, Steve Brown, of which there are 2, one from Bristol, one from America. But there were some people who came over from America
140.
who a lot of the English-based players thought, well, that's just easy. Larry Butler winning that 94 match play was a massive shock, especially against Priestley in the final.
Butler
45.
could have been in action against Phil Taylor this evening, but he surrendered a 2-set lead yesterday against a man wearing a Dennis Priestley shirt, Darren Johnson.
139. I
139.
wonder if he's going to wear it again tonight. He should. That would be fun, because that would be a Priestley shirt up against Taylor, just like the first world-class game that was ever held here 29 years ago.
Well, this isn't much fun for Martin Adams at the moment.
81.
Gates on
Leonard to
82
require 82.
after 9 beautiful darts.
Ainge on
And
the
that is an
second
11-dart leg.
Leonard Gates.
Well,
Third leg is Leonard
he
to throw
really is
first.
playing well right
Game
now,
on.
and Martin is starting to worry.
5 on the spin for Gates, whose average isn't just north of 90, it's troubling the ton.
This is turning into one of the best
100.
performances we've seen from Leonard on a big stage. But he does have form when it comes to having big numbers in steel-tipped darts.
$100.
He has posted some astronomical averages, hasn't he, in the course of his career.
100.
Not just on the soft tip boards, as Paul Nicholson was explaining yesterday, but as Hit some big numbers.
Well, quite regularly, you'll see averages in soft-tip machines north of 140.
180!
And you might see plenty of those as well, but this is steel tip, and maybe Martin's waking up, possibly at the wrong time. Now, just looking into the personal best of
59.
Leonard Gates when it comes to a steel tip match, I have it here at 113.24. That's big. That's really big.
Not bad.
And you know what? It's more than 10 better
60!
than his next best. That must have been a hot day at Q School last year.
But Adams has to halt the charge here, has to rein him in.
121!
Good rescue shot
Martin
in the end
Uruguay,
from Leonard Gates. He's a
161.
much more makeable outshot than the one that Adams is facing here. Only one treble required for Gates when he returns to shoot for the bull.
100!
Adams aggressively stays on the
Leonard
60 and it pays off.
121.
We saw a bullseye to win the last match. We could see one to win set 2.
96. Martin requires 61.
Treble 15 will indeed be the target. Now single 15 will be the target. As Adams, eyes up top to end that
Danger
trend,
on the third
to stop that rock.
Martin Adams.
That's wonderful. We're seeing so much in the way of
Full play
defiance
gets
from
Martin to
these
throw
players
first.
tonight.
Game on.
But can you imagine the scenes if Martin can get out of this set with a win now? He's got the darts in leg 4. He must continue to play well from here.
It's a game that's so far gone in runs. Adams winning the first 2 legs, then Gates reeling off
100.
5 on the spin. If Adams can make that the first of 3, then it will be 1 set apiece at the interval.
93.
Not a single match in this last 16 stage has so far gone the full distance, and that is remarkable considering how many did in the first round.
I'm surprised by that. I genuinely am.
We've had
45.
3-0s and 2 3-1s. Of course, in set play, the set score very rarely tells the full story.
60.
Just going to go back to the first World Championship that was held here in 1994. It was a tumultuous time for darts. It
100.
was Taylor against Priestley in the final. Priestley won 6 sets to 1. But there was an American in the semi-final, Steve Brown. There were some good
60.
American players in the 80s as well. Whether you remember a guy called Nicky Virachkal.
Probably not. The oldest I got in the 80s was 3, Paul.
Well, we'll go back to Steve Brown from 94.
45.
He was fast. Back when, fast players, there weren't many of them. A lot of deliberate players, like Martin. Aimers, as Chris Mason would say.
97.
But trust me when I say this, semi-finalist in 94, Steve Brown was quick. Super quick. Ricky Evans quick.
Great darts from Adams coming down now.
137.
Is he going to do for Leonard Gates in set 2 exactly what Gates did to him in set 1?
Might pull off a magic act. Do a David
100.
Copperfield and say, I'm about
Martin
to make this
requires
set disappear.
74.
You make this 74 disappear. 20 and tops would do that. If he doesn't, then Gates is in position, ready to pounce, ready to double his lead in the match. Big moment.
34.
And the chances miss.
Leonard requires
Opportunity
91.
knocks. But Leonard Gates, look at that. Big deep breath. Eyes pierced on the dartboard. Has to look away to check the score.
Couple of routes possible, but remained aggressive, and he's just checking it's in. What a chance. And he's been taking his chances as well. And he's 2-0 up on Wolfie. A finishing masterclass from Soldier, who was starting to feel a little bit worried at the back end of set 2. But after that miraculous first set, where he came from behind, he finds 91 in 2 darts, and he's 2 sets to 0 up on a Wolfie that now needs to do what Mitchell couldn't in match 1.
How are we doing, guys? Over 550 of you watching. How about, let's see if we can get to 200 likes. Everybody hit the like button, that'd be really good, guys. Like I said, YouTube does like the algorithm and it likes the likes. Let's see if we can smash that like button and get it up. I love watching it when it goes jumping up, it's quite funny. Not this evening, Josh Rock, not this evening. I'm sure it won't be too long. Don't forget, guys, Phil the Power Taylor is coming up in the next match, so don't disappear. I'm sure that'll be interesting and good to watch. There'll be 2 streams tomorrow, so we'll have the quarterfinals and the semi-finals and the final tomorrow. So watch out on the channel for that. Yeah, that's the plan for tomorrow, and then just keep watching the channel, guys, and I'll post when I'm going to do a live stream for you guys. So just keep an eye on the community comments section when I'm going to do a live stream of some description. But yeah, thank you, guys. 172 likes now, so you've jumped up like nearly 50 likes. Thanks, guys, I really do appreciate it. It's been a long day and my mic's broken. Yeah, you're welcome, Marco, no problem at all. So I'm having to use a webcam mic. Could I be any more unprofessional? Probably not. Isn't it good to be back in the Circus Tavern? I reckon the spirit in there is a lot better than when you go to somewhere like the Ali Pali. I know the Ali Pali's massive, but I mean, look how small that is in comparison. Considering that's where it pretty much all started from, didn't it? It's mad to think that you go to the Ali Pali now at Christmas, but it all started at the Circus Tavern. Let's hope they bring out some more senior events as well. Someone was asking, is this the only event? No, I think there's at least three events throughout the year. I miss it too. And the Lakeside, yeah, the Lakeside as well. Anyway, you can watch this in South Africa, yeah, no worries, Shane. Let's see if we can get 200 likes, guys. We're at 180 now, 180, so even if you're on your TV, just click the up button on your remote, go to the channel and click the thumbs up. That'd be good. Let's see if we can get to 200. From Fort Myers in Florida, thank you for the stream. You're welcome, Richard. Yeah, the Lakeside, that was another good venue, wasn't it? Looks about 300 people there. Probably not far off it. He's having a little dance again on the stage, look. Well, why wouldn't he? 2 sets up. He's doing really well, isn't he? It makes it interesting watching someone you don't normally see. I mean, we know Wolfie, obviously, but this other fella, yeah, it's good. Right, let's get back to the action, guys, and I'll catch you in a little while.
Well, Leonard Gates, all smiles here at the Circus Tavern, and why wouldn't he be producing some top quality errors against one of the greatest of this game? Martin Adams in big trouble now after Leonard Gates went on a run. A fabulous finishing to first of all wrestle away the first set from Wolfie with a couple of three-figure out shots, 101 and 107, and then consecutive checkouts of 58, 82 and 91 in the second set, has seen the American ace double his lead.
Not to mention the fact, Murph, that the 82 was with bull double 16, which is particularly sweet. Every dart player loves that one in 2. Wonder what the next chapter is going to hold, because if Soldier keeps going,
it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
And marches into Sunday's play, there'll be no more Wolfie this weekend.
There has been an excellent showing of respect between these two players during this match, played in the most sporting spirits.
121.
Both players have congratulated each other for big moments, big finishes, but most of the moments have been this man's so far, and he looks on course to progress.
140.
Faces the winner of Daryl Fitton or John Part.
Got to say, this is a massive opportunity now for Gates. He's by no means across the line, but if he can get across it,
45.
he'd probably go into a game with Part or Fitton as the favourite, especially when you consider how he's averaging in this game.
Didn't think we'd see a better performance than the one we witnessed from Robert Thornton in the first match tonight. We might see the best performance, not just in this tournament, but in this competition over the last 2 years.
This goes to show that Soldier is for real. He's got a high level of performance that he can sustain for the kind of period that will worry every opponent in this tournament.
He's got soul. And he's got skill.
139.
It's got a certain ring to it. There are lots of dart players who have soul, or at least they think they do, and they think they can dance.
You've been in enough trouble this weekend.
Leonard, you require 122.
That's the name of the show, isn't it? So you think you can dance?
You might be dancing if double 7 goes in here. Make sure that's what you go for, Leonard. He's done the right thing there. He's asked what he's got left.
I think he's figured out how to do this, you know. If in
Games
doubt,
on the first
ask,
Leonard
then
Gates.
hit.
Well, that's now a
Second leg,
third
it's Leonard to throw first. Game
ton
on.
plus checkout of this match, and he had that hat-trick of combination finishes in set 2 as well. This is sublime, sharp shooting from this
100.
American ace.
He's finishing like someone who's been given a massive Sunday roast, and someone's got a massive spoon, fork, knife, and every single utensil. He's basically licking the plate. He's finishing that well.
And he missed a few early on. Finishing stats are fantastic now. Scoring's not too shabby either.
140.
He's so tight to that 60 right now. There is very little that Adams can do to stop him, especially when you consider he's broken Wolfie in the first leg of set 3.
7 out of 12 attempts, Leonard Gates, on doubles.
135.
Didn't really have a prediction before this game. I thought it really did depend on whether
100.
Adams turned up and played better. He's played better. But after jumping 10 points in average from round 1 to the last 16, Gates has gone up much more. He's almost hurdled more.
140. Leonard, you require 161.
Well, you can't rule this out, the way he's been finishing. You cannot rule it out.
Now you can.
123. Martin, you require
Amazing
160.
Well, he's making Martin Adams have to take this out.
And he might. Not this time. Gates can
100.
choose
Leonard, you
which
require
route.
38.
He's been so good on double 16. That's the reason he's gone back to it. It's
Game shot
all
the second
looking
leg.
good
Leonard Gates.
for Leonard Gates.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Every time Martin is coming back to the board, he has been shaking for all his change.
The stats will show 38, but because he split it, that was actually another combination checkout for Leonard Gates.
140.
He's taking Martin Adams to finishing school here.
Adams is going to be feeling so shiny because he's been taken to the cleaners.
2 sets up, 2 legs
100.
up, and that means 1 away. 1 away from the dance fall.
Going to be some dance. He's a character, and we love characters in our sport, but we love characters that can play.
100.
I'm sure there are hearts breaking all over the darting world right now of the thought that Martin might be leaving this tournament.
A finalist last year, beaten by Robert Thornton, who booked his place in the quarterfinals in the opening match of the night, but no such success for Martin Adams here. It isn't over yet, but he has a huge hill to scale.
121.
People have won these format matches from this position before. I mentioned Ricky Evans earlier when I was comparing him to America's Steve Brown, who's a very swift player.
Martin, you require 140.
Just won a World Championship match from this position against Simon Whitlock.
David Cameron this year. It's Richie Edhouse.
100.
Sorry, Richie. I know you didn't want us to mention that. But we're just trying to give Martin a little bit of encouragement.
80.
Putting it out
Martin,
into
you
the aura.
require 40.
Now, the good thing is Leonard has left a bogey number. So Martin's got 6 darts from here. Oh, that's awkward. That flight is covering the bed. You have to float it over the top of it.
20.
Martin Adams has actually produced a much better performance than he did in his first match. He stuck a good 10 points on his average, but just cannot live with Leonard Gates, who's tickling the ton mark.
I don't know whether you saw that, but as soon as he hit the 60, he actually mouthed
Martin, you require
105.
20.
He's actually counting as he throws each dart out loud. This must go.
But he might have been counting, but he threw 140 to leave 25.
15.
Well, he just wanted a combination
Leonard, you
finish move.
require
Why not? He's been
25.
so good on them. So 9 for double eights. For Gates to slam the door shut in Martin Adams' face.
17.
When you reach
Martin,
the
you
finishing
require
post
5.
or get close to it, things get a little bit jittery. Double 2 to survive. He's still in it.
Martin Adams.
Now will the fans get on his
Full
side?
play gets Leonard to throw first.
Leonard is surely
Game
going to
on.
get more chances from this position. Now we find out a little bit more about him. Because when you've had your chance to win
57.
against a legend like Martin, when you keep it together, you get more. He has played legends for years. He's been up against Paul Lim and Boris Kritschmer and all of the soft tip legends all over the world for the last 15, 20 years. He's beaten them all.
134.
We've seen him with success stateside, of course, but in PDC tournaments as well. He managed to qualify for the Ali Pali, a big victory for him. He won a match on the World Series. We've seen him at the Lakeside and at the Ali Pali winning a game as well. How big a victory in terms of his career do you think this would be for Leonard
It's an
Gates?
enormous feather in the cap if he gets it.
60.
Enormous. Maybe the biggest. And I completely forgot that in the midst of him playing Lakeside and Circus Tavern and Ali Pali, that there was a small matter of Madison Square Garden in the middle.
60.
I mean, from the 1 year timescale of April to April, where's he going to play between now and April? What can he rack up in the next couple of months? Is he going to go and play at the Super Bowl
100.
on Sunday?
Martin, you require
Goes and wins the tournament. Would
161.
not be surprised to see him get one of those available places at the Champion of Champions in Blackpool. He'd have to, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. The last one of his list being Blackpool.
87.
Right then. Leonard.
Leonard, you require
What do you fancy?
150.
Soft-tip player might go for 3 bullseyes.
Don't you think about it. 74 is exactly what Martin's got and what Leonard has with 1 dart. Decent.
Martin, you
What
require
can Martin do
74.
with 3 darts?
He hasn't
34.
done what he had to do, and now he
Leonard,
has
you
to wait and
require
hope.
60.
And the way Leonard Gates has been finishing, his hopes are pretty slim. Double top. Glorious
shot.
from Gates.
And the match.
That is
Leonard
an
Gates.
outstanding display. And Leonard Gates records the highest average that we've ever witnessed at the World Seniors Darts Championship. Not just this year, but including last year's tournament as well.
Don't disappear, guys. The power. Phil Taylor's up next. That's going to be interesting. 196 likes, guys. Come on, 4 of you've only got to hit the like button to get us over 200. The Gates are through to the quarterfinals, and Wolfie managing only just 1 leg. Watching the chat, it's interesting your guys' opinions of what's going on in there about the rules in reference to the seniors. It's definitely interesting listening to you guys or watching you guys talking about it.
Do you want to talk or do you want to dance?
I want to dance and talk.
We'll dance first. Man's brilliant. Oh, dear. Right. Did you know who that was?
Yes, I definitely do because I've watched him many times via social media, YouTube. He's a very well-known player,
Man's a legend.
a legend.
And you've just dumped him out of this tournament.
I don't look at that. I just look at his demeanor. I mean, he's a great guy. I mean,
he took that well, considering your finishing was ridiculous.
And that's the key to my game. If I finish well, I can do well.
Yeah. And the one that got all of us, treble 20, treble 20, stand back, what have I got left? 40, all right, wallop.
I just want to make sure I'm shooting at the right out. Triple split show, double split double.
Yeah. You know, English crowd here, but you're American and you're smashing it. Oh no, don't boo him now.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I get a lot of that back in America, so it's okay.
I was just about to say, you know, English crowd, you put out English paper, they love you.
Yeah. Listen, the crowd here is great. The Englishmen are great. Everybody's great. That's the way I see it. Everybody's great. You know, your favorite player didn't win. I came out, but look, they're still gonna come and support the dart players. That's what I like.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They're still gonna come support the dart players.
So they're all going to come back tomorrow and support you again. You've got it all to do again tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, baby.
Leonard Gates, ladies and gentlemen, the happiest man in darts. As Leonard boogaloos off the stage, we will take a short break. Our next game coming soon.
He's quite the character, isn't he, Gates? How we doing, guys? thank you for smashing the like button. And don't forget to subscribe as well, guys. That would be really good. The Darts channel didn't get to 16,800 odd subscribers through nothing. It's been here for years. Goes quiet for a while to get the visiting nasty people off our backs for a little bit. And when the channel's all nice and clean again, it comes back like a massive surprise. So yeah, stay tuned to the Darts channel. It's been around for a while now. Other Darts channels come and go, but there's only one original Darts channel and one Captain Paul D. How are we all doing? And if you want even more fun and games and enjoyment, join us in Discord. All the moderators are in there, chatting away. I'm eating chocolate. I had a nice tasty KFC. Why is it when you tell KFC you do not want a chicken leg, I guarantee you they'll send you a chicken leg? Yes, Phil Taylor is up next. But whilst we're waiting, I'll try and keep you entertained. Am I streaming Thursday? I tried, Nels. The problem I've got, Nels, is I'm at work till 10 at night. So, for those that know me, I tried to stream on Thursday on the Twitch channel to do exactly what you know I was going to stream, Nels. And I swear to God, it was all going tits up. I was getting really frustrated with it. I was trying to operate it all by my mobile phone. So in the end, I just gave up because it was embarrassing. Because if I can't stream at 1080, so you guys can enjoy it without lag and shit like that, then I just won't stream it. I got home about 10:30, clicked some buttons and tried it again. And oh my God, it worked perfectly. I was like, are you actually effing kidding me? Like, what the actual F? Yeah, I love darts. I've been into darts for years. So yeah, I will try again on Thursday to do it on Twitch. But I honestly tested everything before I went to work that morning. Everything was working fine. And the missus was sitting here pressing the buttons for me while I was on the phone telling her what to do. And everything that could go wrong went wrong. Went total tits up. And you lot should know me by now. If I can't stream nicely, so you lot can enjoy it, I wouldn't do it. Not worth it. I have a reputation on here. I'll have my beer and whiskey and darts. Life is good. I'm sitting here drinking drink now. A woman doing as a man says. No, she wasn't doing shit. It wasn't like that. She was very kindly trying to help you guys watch the stream whilst I was out driving my lorry. I was down in London driving my lorry, and obviously everything that could go wrong just went wrong. Team viewer was taking the piss, man. I wish I could actually set my OBS up to just kick in of its own point at exactly the right moment. Yeah, let's hope it works next week. I'll try again, but I don't honestly know if it was a Twitch problem or something else, because literally I came home, I didn't press any different buttons and it all worked. So bollocks to it. No idea what went wrong. Anyway, let's wait. We've waited all evening for this, so let's get it on and enjoy Phil the Power Taylor.
And the soldier was quite incredible. I tell you what, the soldier's got soul, but he's got the shots as well. The way he beat Martinelli, Bobby George, your reaction watching the game was as entertaining as watching the soldier.
I couldn't stop laughing.
Why?
Well, Adams is on a shot or a double, and then he boom out, and Adams goes like he kept going like that. Adams behind it, not a game. Oh, it was so good, so good it was.
That is a performance to really announce himself on the stage. I know he played well and won a game in the PDC World Championship. But in front of this crowd here this evening, and a lot of intimacy here with the way these matches have played. That was terrific.
Oh, I loved it. You hear me laughing, couldn't you? I could not stop laughing because he played so well. I mean, he really played well. And he'd go like 57, he'd think, what do I want? Have a look at the Scots. Every time he done it. Oh, dear.
Well, when we've been talking about Leonard's game, he's very, very honest about it. And by the way, what a personality. He's just got the whole place in the palm of his hand. But when he is throwing, we said yesterday the counting is an element of the game of which he is learning. But he's throwing, he's asking the referee what there is.
That's right.
Fine. And he throws it, then he asks, then he just... And he hits it.
He kept doing it because I thought it was a fluke, see? And then he done it again, and he done it again, done it again. But Adams didn't know what hit him. I mean, I heard the commentator say, well, Adams must feel really bright and shiny because Casey took him to the cleaners. I thought that was a great line. He did take him to the cleaners, proper. I mean, he beat him up proper. I mean, oh, it was so funny. I thought it was funny. Great dance, though. 97 average.
Well, I was going to say, yes, it's very entertaining, but let's not run away with the fact that the quality of the darts is absolutely fantastic.
I think it's the highest average in these tournaments. Yeah, 97 average. And it was good away, done it? That's what got. It was lovely to watch.
It's the start of the show, isn't it?
It was lovely to watch.
Yeah, he's the start of the show.
Yeah, he was there. Oh, it was funny. Great, it was great.
Everyone's character, everybody's personality, it's different in places apart. But this crowd,
yeah, they loved it, right?
Is absolutely,
especially with the dancing as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, dear,
next
it's
up,
funny.
Darren Johnson against the Power. Dancing.
Welcome back to the party, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from Purfleet at the Circus Tavern. And of course, this is the stage where legends played and darts and history was made. It's another night of champions at the Gettysburg World Seniors Darts Championship. And we are ready. The players are ready. And it's tungsten time! And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Exeter in England, he's a Gettysburg World Seniors qualifier. Please welcome DJ Darren Johnson!
So many things that held us down, but now it looks like things are finally coming around. I know we've got a long, long way to go, and where we'll end up, I don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're putting ourselves together, we're passing up our act. If you've ever been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore. Don't you let nothing stand in your way. I want you to listen to every word I say, every word I say. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the groove. Ain't no stopping us now. I know. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the groove. We got it. I know you.
And now from Stoke-on-Trent, England, a darting legend who's won over 80 TV major titles, a record-breaking 16 times champion of the world, and widely regarded as the greatest dart player of all time. It's Phil, the Power.
still an amazing feeling when that snap track echoes around the circus. And this will feel a bit familiar to Philip Taylor, playing against the red and black of Dennis Priestley. But this is not Dennis Priestley, this is DJ. This is the 56-year-old from the same town as Dennis Priestley. And after losing Wolfie in game number 2, we soldier on and we see who comes through this one and the final last 16 match after this between John Part, one of his old adversaries, and Daryl Fitton. That's the last match of the night, but best of 5 sets between Stoke-on-Trent and Nexborough. It has an air of 1994 about it, and a few years after. Chris Murphy is joining me for this one. What are you expecting from DJ?
An interesting question, and I think the question that most at home will be wondering is what to expect from Phil Taylor. Many a times he's wandered onto a stage
first set, first leg, it's Darren to throw
at a major televised darts tournament when the ante has just been upped, and that's what's happened so far tonight. First by Robert Thornton, the defending champion, then by Leonard Gates. Darren Johnson was not expecting to play Phil Taylor, in his own words.
55.
He said he was looking forward to meeting McGarry. A bit of trash talk towards Taylor. I mean, what kind of person would try such a thing?
What are you trying to set me up for here?
Well, the question is, will Darren Johnson be the one to put Phil Taylor to bed? I'll put it that way.
Oh, okay. I see where you went with that. When it comes to DJ, he's an excellent player. And him being here,
55.
donning the red and black, is a dream. And to do it against Taylor is almost like the ultimate dream. I said almost because beating Taylor in the red and black of Dennis Priestley would be his ultimate dream.
59.
And it would continue a quest for the championship as well. But he's never beaten him before in 5 attempts.
Yeah,
so he's going to have to do something he's never done before.
Not just in red and black, in any colour.
140.
Darren Johnson, 5 meetings, 5 defeats. Closest he got was the very last one in 2015. It went the distance, 6 legs to 5.
48.
We didn't see a really sharp performance from either player yesterday. Darren Johnson had to bail himself out of trouble against Larry Butler, coming back from 2 sets behind.
85.
And Phil Taylor had to come from 2 legs behind in the deciding set against Colin McGarry.
He was talking to the press yesterday about maybe there being
43.
not everything in sync with his game, but the most important thing that I heard from that interview was that he understands, he thinks he knows what's going
83.
wrong, and he knows how to put it right. He will have to put it right tonight. Can't afford to go through what he went through last night again.
As always, that trademark laser-like focus on the dartboard. A man who's had his eyes lasered
81.
before this tournament.
83.
Phil Taylor. 66 remaining. Won't be going 16 ball. Darren Johnson here. Yeah, I think comment of the week has to go to certain
24.
Bobby George himself when he said about Phil Taylor having his eyes lasered on yesterday's performance. He'd go and ask for his money back. Gave me a little chuckle.
I think Bobby's given us quite a few chuckles this week.
100.
Been an absolute pleasure to share
Daniel Carr, 59.
some time with him and everybody else. Double top for DJ. That will settle him down. First leg to the man from Yorkshire. He's got a friend on the stage in the referee, in Paul Hinks. He's from the same area of the country as well.
Yeah, Darren Johnson wearing that Dennis Priestley shirt is just a nod of appreciation to a man who's been a mentor for him. In fact, described him as more than that, almost like a second dad. Took him under his wing in helping him on his darts career. Told him when he thought he was good enough to play in the PDC, and really has
19.
been a great friend and almost sort of sponsor. Not financially, but in terms of investing his time and pearls of wisdom.
18.
Darren Johnson. And he got choked up, didn't he, when Helen asked him about it at the end of the match?
Yeah,
he loves him.
He's not the kind of guy, DJ, who tears up very often.
47.
He's an old school chap. But when things mean that much to you, there are some emotions you can't stop. And Dennis means a lot to a lot of us, but to Darren a lot more.
96.
Because he's always been around him in his life.
We did see a player win in a tribute shirt this afternoon. Kevin Painter paid homage to the great Eric Bristow,
95.
5-time champion of the world.
Yeah, I loved that, by the way. I had the chance to send out a little bit of a tribute to Tom Kirby back in 2009 by wearing a waistcoat and a tie when he died in
83.
late 2008. It might have been 2009, early part of that year, but when dart players do that, it's just about respect.
Yeah, and here is the right place to do it as well.
125.
Striking a balance between the darts you're throwing on the hockey and just a nod to the past. Of course, Eric Bristow played a great role in Phil Taylor's story as well.
Absolutely right.
96.
No Eric, no Taylor. Can you imagine a darting universe without either of them? What on earth?
Well, we'd all be poorer.
140.
Apart from a few players, it'd actually be a bit richer.
Bobby have at least one world title, if not a lot more.
Don't discount the news of the world, Paul.
I'm not. I'm absolutely not. Wouldn't do such a thing.
Bullseye.
64.
Taylor's got one of them.
Daniel
Ian White in the final.
75.
Late 90s.
Well, that miss may go unpunished.
Interesting.
Is he miscounted?
No. Double 18. You left it.
Double 17.
Ah.
41.
I think he did
miscount.
miscount
25.
and then did the right thing in checking.
I think he thought the same as me. He was trying to lead double 18. Next door neighbour of double 18 is the one that Taylor's got.
And
he finds it. That's a settler for him.
But the calendar through first.
That was a little bit, but we didn't see it from Leonard Gates, did we? He got that right. He was asking. There were a few dodgy setup shots, and the decision to go for the 1-2-2 the way he did when Adams was not on a finish, but he got a lot right tonight, did Leonard Gates?
Absolutely right. What a performance. Just been looking through the history books of this venue as well. There have been 11 winners of tournaments in this building, and I've gone right down to the Wimbledon World Masters
60.
in 2019. In fact, it wasn't the Wimbledon World Masters at the time, but Katie Sheldon, who I know you're a big fan of, she won the girls' title. Keane Barry of Ireland won the boys' title. John O'Shea of Ireland won the men's title, so it was a great weekend for Ireland. Lisa Ashton won the women's, and Robert Thornton won here in the seniors 12 months
56.
ago. There have been 6 winners in this building since Taylor last won here. I didn't think about it that way. His last win here was in a final against Robert Thornton in 2009.
85.
Beat him 16-9 in the final of the Players' Championship. Like a long time ago. 14 years since he's won in this venue. And when you consider
61.
how dominant he has been under this roof, that sounds a bit ludicrous.
He may have only been here a time or
161.
two in between. I'm not going to ask you who beat him.
I don't have to mention it, do I?
Last year it was Kevin
99.
Painter, and that was
Daniel
quite
Carl
significant, wasn't it?
120.
Everybody knows it was Kevin Painter.
This could be significant because Taylor has left a very makeable finish. Double top.
80. Golden class 62.
He's looking at treble 10 every day of the week. Right in the heart. double 8 for a break of throw.
54.
He's displeased.
Daniel Carr, 40.
It's a sluggish start, I'm afraid to say, from Taylor again.
Game show the third
Darren
leg.
Johnson takes
Darren
advantage
Johnson.
of the
Bob
misses.
Wakefield is in first. Game on.
I once worked out how many days it was between defeats here for Phil. I don't have that statistic
41.
at hand, but it would have been from the 1994 World Championship final to the 2003 final. Nearly 10 years.
56.
Can you imagine walking into this building in the middle of that street thinking, why is everybody else here? Just give me the money now.
Well, somewhere around the 3,500 mark, isn't it, in terms of days?
It's insane when you think about it.
This used to be Taylor's talent.
93.
And he's someone who has shed a few tears on this stage in the past for very different reasons. He's never been shy to do that, actually, when he's won big titles in Blackpool and Bolton, here at Purfleet.
140.
Decent darts from DJ, who is a leg away from taking the opening set off Taylor. A quick thought about the mindset here, because many pundits, I think yourself included, Paul, thought that Colin McGarry played Phil Taylor rather than just focusing on his game, which has been so good of late. Darren Johnson has to avoid doing that, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so. It's easy for us to say that from the outside, because we're not on the stage, we're not inside the mind of Colin McGarry from yesterday, but from the outside it looked like he was trying to beat Phil Taylor from his prime, when in fact you've got to try and beat Phil Taylor now. That's what this tournament's all about. Who's the best now? Your reputation doesn't carry you any further. Maybe unless you are Phil Taylor, because people are still maybe in the mindset of, wow, I've got a chance to play this guy and to beat him. Well, he's at the same level, if not lower, than some of the players in the draw.
Yeah, particularly players of a certain age, the age that qualifies you to play in this tournament, in fact, will have so much respect and admiration for this man.
140.
Darren Johnson may have gestured that he didn't have much, but I think he does.
That's a lovely double switch.
94. Phil Carr, 84.
This is a must, all of a sudden. Can he be mustard? Oh, why?
52.
Why?
Daniel
Wouldn't you
Carr,
go 14
67.
ball when Darren Johnson's on 67?
Well, he played a similar trick against Kevin Painter at the match play. It paid off on that occasion. It was in a similar spot.
27. Phil Carr, 32.
Now, sometimes it's a percentage play. In that occasion, it's not. That is pure mind games from Phil Taylor.
I agree. And it
Phil
worked.
Taylor. This like Darren to do first. Game on.
I am gobsmacked by that. That has got to be a tactic to try and get in DJ's head.
140.
Let's face it, he had a set dart. He couldn't take it. When we reference the mind games of the past, let's face it, most of them worked.
He might have just given Phil Taylor cause to enjoy himself a little bit.
I love telling the story of when I spoke to Phil at the Premier League back in, I think it was 2011. And he was playing Mark Webster. Webster didn't win, but he hit a 170 checkout against Phil, and he walked through the corridor.
59.
He pulled me in his head and said, why do these players keep hitting 170 checkouts against me? And I said, it's because you keep rejecting bullseyes and leaving 32. And he just laughed, because he knows
95.
exactly what he's doing. He knows he's giving his opponent a shot, but he thinks by basically laying the plate out, you can't do that.
Yeah, he's hoping that they'll just tighten up that little bit more, isn't he?
Correct. He's prepared to take risks that other players won't take.
I can't think of any other player that would have taken the risk that we've just seen.
Not on that shot. I think maybe in the last 10 years of my commentary career, I've seen one other shot like that, and they did it by mistake.
We don't know, we're guessing. Maybe Phil was just so focused he didn't know what Darren wanted, but it looked like a psychological trick.
That was an awful kick in the
This is for the set.
He got that second 60 and hit double 12.
81.
He'd be alive and kicking.
83.
But now, 17. 3 of them leaves 32.
That becomes double 8.
Yeah,
And
shot
Taylor
the first leg.
takes the first set. And didn't he enjoy that? Has he got into the
Second
mind
set, first leg.
of his
It's
opponent?
Trophy through first.
He's got in front of his opponent, and he's done it
Game on.
on Darren Johnson's darts.
That may be the first time I've ever seen him celebrate a set where he's averaged nearly 78. But this is the same sort of level as yesterday. But in the middle of the match, he did improve. But what I've seen from him in the last leg and a bit
85.
is a concentration around that 60, which is a lot better. He is improving. Johnson had his chances, just didn't take them.
I would have been
55.
very, very interested to see what would have happened had Taylor not found the triple 17 on that 83 shot there, because Johnson was on 60-something. Once again.
57.
It's the penultimate match of the last 16. A reminder of the quarter-final lineup.
100.
Robert Thornton taking on Neil Duff. That sounds like a potentially brilliant game, as does Kevin Painter against Mark Dubbridge, in fairness. Leonard Gates, who went through the last match, will take on the winner of the final match of tonight, Daryl Fitton against John
59.
Clark. And the victor in this one will meet the hometown hero, Richie Howson.
I just wonder, you know, because Phil's been around a long time, he's played a lot of players a lot of times. And I'm going to reference
135.
Darren's record against him of 5 games and 5 losses throughout the course of 2007 to 2014. I wonder, and I'm going to put this out maybe to
140.
anybody who is a big stato in the game, you might be able to find this out. How many times has Phil Taylor played a player 5 or more times and has a
85.
100% record against them?
160.
Because Darren is one of them. I get the feeling that's quite an esteemed list.
Well, it's Taylor time at the tavern tonight.
60. Daniel Carr,
Not happy with that.
126.
3 more 19s for Bull then. Only grabbed 2 singles.
58. Daniel Carr,
You won't be happy
100.
with 60 again, Taylor. Unless he gets 60 with the first dart. Well, now he's got to look north. Oh, that was so close.
80. Daniel Carr, 68.
Oh, you get the feeling that these are big moments now for Darren Johnson. He'll have to go for 15 ball. And he's wayward with that shot as well.
Is he being too aggressive?
9.
Maybe he's got to go for the
Daniel Carr,
percentage
20.
shots here. The big fat singles might be the plays in times like that.
Game shot the first leg.
Taylor's getting this one by the scruff of the neck.
Second Darren to do first. Game on.
We had a little chat earlier, didn't we, about the fact that Leonard Gates is going to take on the winner of the next match. And we think that Gates goes into his quarterfinal as the
85.
favourite no matter who he plays. But in this section of the draw, you look at Howson versus the winner of this one, and you consider how Howson has played so far,
140.
averaging 84 and 86, pretty consistent 85 levels. It's better than what we've seen in this game so far.
95.
Will he be raising a glass?
Don't pour it yet. Game's not over.
Half full or half empty?
That bottle may be empty
60.
though. Did you ever think about that? He was just pausing it there for effect.
But just going back to the point you were making, of all of those players
123.
in this section of the draw, yes, Richie Howson is playing at a superior standard, but we haven't seen him against Phil Taylor yet, and that's doing things to people's minds. I think the only player that wouldn't be affected one bit by the presence of the power would be John Parks.
Correct. I think that's a very fair assumption. Top half of the draw looks
100.
absolutely mouth-watering. Duff against Thornton, Dudbridge Painter, love that. One of those players will make the final tomorrow. This has got to be a maximum.
123. Daniel Crown 98.
Johnson is stepping forward for opportunities and he's missing big numbers. This time he finds a treble. Made the double a little bit more difficult.
60.
And Taylor
Daniel Crown
can
97.
steal another leg away.
That one's a bit north. Going to the double. Same sort of miss.
57. Daniel Crown
Half an
38.
inch to an inch too high. DJ finds double 19 and does equalise in set 2. It's a really interesting dart that DJ has. It's got so many grooves. Got more grooves than Soldier.
And he needs to get into that groove that he managed yesterday. The experience that he does now have to draw on, to be fair, Darren Johnson. He was in a worse position than this against Larry Butler.
Yes, he was. And we do look at players in this tournament especially and think that big stage experience is a sure thing, but for Darren Johnson, it's not really. He hasn't got a great deal of it.
Yeah, we mentioned yesterday the fact that he hadn't been to the World Championship, missed out narrowly on a couple of occasions in PDC. Did play in the UK Open, the Players' Championship Finals and the World Masters. I believe he has qualified to play at the Lakeside in the next WDF World Championship, which has been pushed back to December.
And he has played on the European Tour in the PDC as well. And some of those audiences can get as big as 6,000 or 7,000. But they're very, very different to this. This is a cauldron. You might have upwards of 1,200 in here.
81.
But they're all scrunched together right next to the stage. In fact, he's played in quite a few European Tour events in places like Gibraltar, Germany, the Netherlands on a couple of occasions. In fact, it's going back to 2016 in Vienna in Austria. That was an event that we worked on, Murph. That was Phil Taylor's last European Tour event, and he won it in the final against the current world champion Michael Smith. That was nearly 7 years ago.
97.
Taylor in a good position to get his nose in front again in this second set and to put the prospect of Darren Johnson facing a two-set deficit in front of the auctionman again.
I always get nervous on those shots when someone's got the upright angle of attack.
Level 19 the target. He's got it. He's checking. Is he checking out?
57.
No is the answer, so this is a big opportunity now for a break and throw.
No room at the inn on the 32 bed. Plenty of room at tops.
20.
Hasn't got the key.
32.
Sometimes who the bloke is standing behind you makes the doubles harder to hit.
That second dart really did skew to his right. It covered everything.
I'm
I'm surprised he didn't move. It was almost impossible for him to hit that with the way that his darts land and what he could see. But Darren Johnson takes the lead by hook or by crook.
Yeah, you can see him muttering to himself, this is rubbish, come on. Just wants to focus on his own game. forget about the reputation of the opponent. Just
Yeah, that's the word. Forget.
acknowledge that the person who's playing is some 50-odd-year-old bloke averaging a similar standard to him in this match.
I suppose it's like going in the ring with somebody who's been retired for 10 years and you think, well, they're not going to punch as hard as they used to. And then you look over at the other side of the ring and it's Mike Tyson.
100.
It doesn't matter whether or not they can punch as hard as they used to. If you let your guard down, it's still going to hurt.
Absolutely right. You've got to be disciplined. And Darren's got to play at the same sort of level that got him a WDF ranking event win in Northern Ireland last year. Because I guarantee you, if he was playing anybody else, he'd probably feel a bit more comfortable.
Well, Dennis Priestley, Johnson's mentor, is a man who
28.
credits himself with unleashing the beast of Phil Taylor by giving him a bit of a toweling.
When we were having that conversation about just concentrating on what you're doing, it brought me back to something that I saw recently about Larry Holmes, the boxer, who fought and beat Muhammad Ali towards the back end of his career. And then within the next few years, he would fight Mike Tyson. He was the bridge between the two generations.
Daniel Kyle, 140.
Those two situations would have felt very, very different. Darren Johnson is looking to leave double top
100.
and does for the set. And is he just starting to find his feet a little bit? Is he just finding his own little bubble up there?
Well, the next visit will probably provide the answer.
60. Daniel Kyle, 40.
Top. The draw level. Well, that is the answer, isn't it? The answer is an emphatic no. He could still go out. And he's miles away with that as well.
He had one good dart, that was at the 7. The other two were atrocious.
Right, come on, Darren.
97.
What would Dennis do?
Daniel Kyle, 16.
Dennis would hit it. Dennis did hit it in this building to win the 94 World Championship. And DJ hits it. He's actually hit the 8, then the double 8 to draw level at 1 set all. He's not happy with his performance, but when he comes back, he'll be happy that it's 1 set all.
Isn't it good seeing Phil Taylor on the stage? Sure is. I'll keep you company while they go for a smoko. Nearly 800 of you watching. Could we get 29 likes just to make it a nice round 300 likes? That'd be good if we could, guys. Yeah, slow start, but a set piece, so could be interesting all the way through. On another point, we'll do a bit of house maintenance while we're here. Watch out for a new channel by the name of the Darts Channel 1. That will become another YouTube channel that I'll be using for other streams, if you get my point. So keep an eye out for that channel. It will be basically the sister channel to this one. So just keep an eye out for that one in the next few weeks, guys. I shall post a link in this channel, so for people that want to subscribe to it, they can. I think we know what's going to happen on that channel. Thank you for the likes, guys. Appreciate that. Gotten over 300 likes there. Do appreciate it. Let's see how we're doing with subscribers. Did we give them a little bit of a boosty? Because they did need a bit of a boost up, to be honest. Let me have a look. Bring up this. And how are we doing? Oh, guys, can you see how close we are? Ridiculously close we are to 17,000. If just, I know it sounds a lot, but if just 80 people hit the subscribe button, we're going to hit 17,000 subscribers. That's crazy. It's good that we're getting the channel up there. That's, you know, 16,915. That's pretty impressive. And 319 likes. Yeah, let's march our way onto the 400. You're welcome, no problem at all. We're coming back out to play now. Now, that's not how it works. You don't unsubscribe. You're supposed to subscribe. I don't know, you guys. Right, I'll turn the volume back up as they're about to get underway again.
Welcome back, folks, and we have a tied game between the Power and DJ. Not the greatest standard so far, but this is the time where you can really kick in and give yourself a really good chance of making the last day tomorrow. Just a reminder, lunchtime, we'll start the quarterfinals, and then the semi-finals and final will conclude the tournament by around about a little bit later than this tomorrow. By this time tomorrow, we will know maybe who's in the final. And just a little bit of a communication during the break from one of the participants in this tournament, the great 1988 world champion Bob Anderson's been in touch. The guy with the champagne.
First set, first leg is Darren to throw first. Game on.
We know who it is now because Bob has told us. That was Steve Cusick, the runner-up in the 1987 British Open, and Bob knows that because he beat him in the final.
60.
Thanks, Bob. Hope you're well. Glad you're enjoying the coverage. If you think back, it was actually more the guy without the champagne, wasn't it?
He did win the pairs, though.
Certainly been great to
83.
see Bob Anderson in action on this stage and the other senior stages. Stick around next time, Bob, and come and have a chat with us on air.
That would be a dream come true for either of us.
120.
Just get rid of you for a game, Paul.
Gladly. I'll let you spend some time with Bob. He's a cracking chap.
Yeah, I really did love that. That iconic moment last year was still one of the best moments. I think it did more numbers on social media than anything else we've had at the seniors so far, the Anderson 180. All about the legends of the sport, and we've got two of them represented here.
60.
One with that garment worn by Darren Johnson, one in his own physical form.
I just wonder if, and I was wondering this during the break, I was going to ask your opinion on this. I know that Phil's very astute, but every time he walks back, he's seeing that red and black. Is he getting flashbacks?
But it's interesting, isn't it? Because when Dennis Priestley did give him a right old beating, Bill Taylor just kept beating him and everybody else for the next decade and longer. And Dennis credits himself with unleashing the beast, if you like.
55. Daniel Carr,
Thanks, Dennis.
121.
This is the man he's been helping throughout his career. Can he help himself to a 1-2-1 checkout?
81.
I love that route, you know, especially when your opponent is not on a finish. That treble 7, if you like tops, can be a real ally. Here I can't stay straight. So leaving a finish
80.
had to
Daniel Kyle, 40.
be done via the treble 19. Double top for DJ right in the
First
corner.
leg. Darren Johnson. Second leg, Phil through first.
We started
Game
to
on.
see a little bit of deja vu from 24 hours ago because Colin McGarry was in this position. He was 2-1 up.
123.
Taylor's using is very unusual to me because throughout his career he's never used points that have been this long before from my naked eye. And I'm yet to be fully convinced that these long points do suit him.
He has always been a tungsten tinkerer, hasn't he, Phil Taylor?
97.
I do often wonder where his career would have gone had he not gone to the shorter, fatter barrel. If he'd have stayed with the longer setup that he had,
82.
would he have still won the same amount of world titles? I'm not so sure, actually. I think the work he did with his manufacturers over the years allowed him to evolve into the player that ultimately would retire at Ali Pali.
Some players are really into it, aren't they? Getting that little extra edge, bringing every little bit out of the sponge that they can, and that's something that Phil Taylor certainly achieved over his illustrious, unrivaled career.
133.
There's only one.
Thankfully. Imagine if there were two. I think James Wade and maybe Dennis Priestley would say, no, he cost us enough money.
And has choices to make here when he returns. We just saw Darren Johnson employ treble 7 with 2 darts from this range. 10 has 3, could be 25, maybe treble 15. 25 it is for double 18.
Taking an extra beat when he's bringing that dart up to address.
25.
And last night there was a double 10 that he threw quite quickly, and it was key.
He seemed to speed up as the match went on last night, Phil Taylor.
Good line, that one.
16.
Just misses out for the 2-1 lead.
Game shown the second
Precision
leg.
this time from the power.
To the
And
counter
it's
to
1-1.
first.
1-1.
Game on.
Very much like the shirt, you want to concentrate on black and red when you're in the scoring phase. A very interesting point that Darren Johnson is using. It's almost like a corkscrew towards
140.
the point and the barrel joining. It looks incredibly aggressive, but if you look at the bottom half of the point, it's nice and smooth. I actually think that that point would pass the new guidelines.
I feel he's able to sandwich one in there, Phil Taylor. Didn't quite manage it, but he's asking questions of Johnson in this third leg.
Looks like he's relaxing a bit more now, Darren, but at times the facial expressions are telling a very different story. Use your phrase, he's trying to squeeze that sponge a bit more.
100.
Phil Taylor lost in his second match last year. It was the quarter-final against Kevin Painter, but he entered in the second round with only 24 players in the tournament compared to 32 this year, but his standard was higher. Both his averages were in the 80s, and he did get better against Painter despite defeat than the win over Manley. He's getting better here.
And it's getting better. Wow, 161. Where did he find that from? That's given him the lead in set 3. That's changed the game from the man who changed the game.
He's found the Phil Taylor of old. All of a sudden, a 161 check out, followed by a maximum.
He's going to go for the reverse 9-darter. He gets a 160 here. It's the double start reverse.
70.
Holy kidding, he's not going to go for that.
Well, how good is this? How good was that? He's got them all on the feet. They're all singing. They're all in a Taylor Wonderland at the Circus Tavern.
I think they're all getting a bit carried away
93.
because that was outrageous from Taylor. But if anyone's to hit a 9-darter for the first time in this building, it would have to be him. It would be
36.
a bit of a sick story after so many years of trying. He's had 9-darters in loads of places, but he hasn't got one here.
What has he found? Has he
81.
managed? Just sparked something here. Is it just a moment or two for Taylor, or will it elevate him to a superior standard?
Sometimes it's a switch with the power, isn't it? And it's a switch that is living inside the brains of elite dart players, that when something happens, they realise that they need to get cracking. 147 is not going to accompany the 161.
Just checking with Paul Hinks what he has remaining.
95.
It's just starting to look, wasn't it? Like Darren Johnson was starting to be the aggressor in the match, and Taylor had other ideas.
85.
Genuinely thought that Darren Johnson was leading this set and cruising towards an eventual 2-1 in his favour, but things have changed, and things do change
44.
very often in set play, like it did in the previous game between Gates and Adams, and Mitchell and Thornton.
He was sitting on 80, Darren Johnson, when Phil Taylor took out that brilliant
95.
161
Phil Car 8.
and then kicked in with a max.
Getting
And
to the
Taylor
third set.
takes charge. The
Taylor.
third set goes the way of the legend.
Fourth set, first leg, Phil to serve first. Game
He
on.
won't look at him, will he, Darren Johnson? Won't let him know how he's affected him.
My advice to anybody playing Taylor, because believe it or not, when I beat him a couple of times, people came up to me and said, "What's your
55.
tactic playing Phil Taylor?" And I just said, when it's game on, don't look him in the eye. That was it. That was my rule. It worked twice, and about another 15 times it
58.
didn't. It can't have been that important. But he's got all the ingredients throughout the career, little things that he was doing that made him a little bit better. It was the tungsten tinkering that you were talking about, Murph. It was the mindset. It was the, I'll try this diet. I'll try this exercise. I'll wear these shoes to be more comfortable in longer tournaments. If there was an advantage to be found,
83.
he'd go and look for it.
But we may never see Phil Taylor troubling three-figure averages or anything like that at the World Seniors. But he's still got the air of authority. He's still got those moments in him.
100.
He's got the winning mentality. Still smiling, Silverback.
When is he not? Still one of the most favoured dart players in the world, even if he is eliminated in the early section of this tournament. What a lovely guy.
Yeah, he'll be cheering on his good friend Darryl Fitton in the final match of the night. No doubt about that.
There's a look in the eye now. I was
100.
paying attention to Tim Vine's Twitter yesterday, you know. He was saying about how Phil's eyes change when he throws the dart. Just watch on one of his scoring visits how the eyes get wider.
140.
Look at this. Both eyelids just raise at the same time.
It makes the eyeballs bulge, doesn't it?
60.
The eyes have it.
Daniel Carr 161.
The 126 when he comes back, how he would love to land another blow.
43. Thank you. Daniel Carr 126.
People may be getting a bit too exuberant out in the audience. I'm not surprised to hear that. Taylor needs 3 more 19s. Doesn't get them. So DJ needs to stop the
98.
rot.
Daniel Carr 118.
118 to show that Phil Taylor hasn't yet got his number. Double top.
78.
Just struggling to do anything with ease, isn't he, Darren Johnson?
I get the feeling that if Taylor's going to hit this, it's got to be first dart. I'm not sure that's a brilliant guide. But how wrong can you be? Setting yourself up for failure in the commentary box, setting yourself up for success on the hockey.
As soon as you said it, I knew what was going to happen.
95.
I was thinking about that double 8 from earlier when it was just outside. He couldn't see it. But obviously he threw those shots a lot better than earlier. And that statement is accurate for how he's playing right now compared to earlier.
121.
Yeah, this is better than earlier from Phil Taylor. It's a standard that maybe we've come to expect of him in these seniors tournaments. He actually did end the match against McGarry with an average of 82. Just a little bit better than that after that maximum.
Does it take him a little bit longer to get into full stride these days? Is that the thing that's happening?
You just don't know whether to believe Phil Taylor when he said he's been practicing 7 days a week. We never did know whether to believe him or not when he said that in his pomp. And I just wonder if he hasn't. We know the ability he's got. Could he play himself into winning form here?
Potentially. Maybe he's sick of people like you and I saying that Robert Thornton or maybe Leonard Gates are the favourites for the title. We haven't really been talking about Taylor being the favourite for the title. Bookmakers have.
34.
That far away from 2-0 in what could be the final set if he keeps on this sort of standard.
Well, unless Darren Johnson can do what Taylor did to him here, he's going to move to within a leg. Double 16.
90.
For so long, a great friend of Phil Taylor. Friends reunited.
Second leg.
Taylor takes another step towards the quarterfinals.
I just love that there was somebody in the front row there just saying, one more leg, Phil. I think he might know. He's quite good at set play. I love that from the audience. One more. Just remind him of what he's got to do.
97.
It's like telling Roger Federer, oh, by the way, there's a bit of room on the on that side of the court for a nice forehand pass.
Johnson's in trouble here.
42.
Only 2-0 down in a set which, if he loses the match and has to win 3 legs on the spin, but he's got to break Taylor twice.
58.
Just looking like a very different player post set 2 and post that 161. Maybe, with all due respect to the finishes that we've seen,
59.
I'm going to say arguably, just to sit on the fence, the finish of the tournament, but that 142 from Andy Jenkins earlier was magnificent.
Yeah, that may have just completely turned this match, though, in Taylor's favour.
140.
And look, the average is going to be very similar to the one yesterday, but that was a fluctuating performance from Taylor. This certainly has been a gradual improvement, hasn't it?
92.
And we have to say that DJ is not going to be happy with the way he's played at all. He can play so much better than this. But Taylor has just grown into this game.
137.
Many have had that feeling that Darren Johnson is suffering now.
Maybe the lack of set play, World Championship experience is starting to bite him. Taylor is on the cusp of another Sunday at the circus. He's there, and he will be in the quarterfinals again. He's happy about it, and he's got every right to be. DJ just didn't have it on the locker this time.
Well, guys. Don't forget, I will be streaming tomorrow, so if you want to watch Phil play in the quarterfinals, make sure you smash that subscribe button. And while you're at it, let's get up to 400 likes, guys. Nearly 1,000 of you watching that match.
He's going to be taking on the favourite, Richie Howson.
Thank you, Darren. you always make sure that you take care of your darts before anything else.
Darts are down there. We can get there.
Oh, you're giving them away? Okay, right. Drink it in. Lovely. Look at that. Listen to that. All right. Great crowd in tonight.
Oh, Alan, trust me. This is what I get when I go in Asda, when I go shopping.
You don't shop in Asda.
No. Get your money.
So do I. Yeah.
No, it's marvellous. It really is. To me, it always has been Loma Darts. So they stuck behind me. They achieved me at the right times. Some of these up here were a bit silly, but never mind.
You stood here last night and said, I want to come back tomorrow and I want to play better.
I do. I did want to play better. I wanted it to feel... My darts were lovely. They were going all around the trebles, but not going in. And all of a sudden they went in. But Darren was a little wind-up merchant, which I've never only been like that before, but I don't blame him.
Yeah, well, sometimes it was the only way to get you.
Good for him. I'm glad he did. Because I think it made him nervous, because he's not that kind of... See, so when you're out of character, when you do something what isn't your personality, it makes you nervous a little bit. Because if you talk the talk, then you've got to... What do you say?
Walk the walk. It's a big occasion, though, as well, the Circus Tavern and this stage and everything. Right. That 161.
Oh, I know. You told me I'd do that about 15 years ago. Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
You said go treble 19 first.
Yeah.
I thought, no, I'm not listening.
No, don't listen to me. And then you followed it up with a 180, and that was
a killer.
Yeah,
a killer. Yeah. That won me the game. But anyway, got to get ready for tomorrow now.
Yes, you have. I will let you go. We've got our last game coming up in a minute, so it is a long one tomorrow, but. If you get through, but you'll be used to it. Do you know who you're playing?
No.
Richie Howson.
Am I?
The local lad.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So there'll be a great atmosphere.
Oh yeah, they won't all be on your side tomorrow.
Rosie. Well, I know 2 people will be on my side.
Right.
Well, 3 actually. I've got Big Scott, my grandson, and Bob.
Oh, lovely. All right.
3 out of 3,000, you'll do me.
Well done, Phil. Let you go. Philip Taylor, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Phil. And as I mentioned, a couple of minutes' time, our last game of the session on the stage. We'll see you in a few minutes.
How we doing, guys? How we doing? I'll keep you company until we get underway again. 30 likes away from 400. Thank you. Ooh, and some new subscribers to the channel. Thank you. We're getting edging closer and closer to the 17,000 mark. Really do appreciate all the new subscribers. Welcome to the channel. Probably, I think his averaging was somewhere like, yeah, I think that's about it, 83, 90, 84. It wasn't brilliant, but that 161 was vintage, Taylor. Jesus. I think that 161 and that 180 was the end of DJ. Because he just did not seem to know how to finish, did he? He was really struggling with his finishing. But there you are. A lot of viewers dropped off in that one. After that one, I suspect they were hanging around for Phil. And they'll be back tomorrow. John Park coming up, so don't disappear if you want to watch that one. Yeah, it was just vintage Taylor, that 161. That was something else. Medducks, I just read your comment, that's quite funny. I often make comments about people from Suffolk, so yeah. I'm inclined to agree with you. Come on, guys, we're only 22 likes away from 400. Not too shabby, which ain't bad for such a little stream. You know, to be getting still nearly 400 likes, that's not bad going, guys. So thank you for showing the channel love tonight. Really do appreciate it. We've had over 4,000 views as well, so that's not bad going. A lot of people coming in and out. I'm watching different matches, so thank you. I'm not from Suffolk, thank God, just live here. Yeah, but if you live there, kind of expected, isn't it? Well, does anyone here? I actually like fish fingers, but you can't type in capitals or you'll get caught by Nightbot. It's catching. I no comment. 18 likes away, guys. 18. Keep smashing the like button, guys, and I'll count them down as we get nearer and nearer to the 400 mark. Are you gonna eat your chocolate coins? Oh, nice. Nightbot is weird, yeah, somewhat. John Part is local to me, so looking forward to it. Watching from Keady in India. With a lovely English name there, Mark Neville. No, the missus has walked in. She's eating chocolate money. You know the big coins that you get from Starbucks? She's eating one of those. She was the IT specialist last Thursday trying to make the stream work. Don't laugh. It couldn't go worse wrong, could it? Oh, blimey. I felt like I was streaming back in the AOL days. 12 likes away, guys. 10 to 11 likes away. Not far now, guys. I shall be back again tomorrow with the quarterfinals. Not sure what time it starts. Anyone know what time it starts tomorrow? Just so I know what time to be out of bed. Well, she did try, Rose. Yeah, she tried very hard to press all the right buttons. It wasn't her fault at all. Not at all. It was just the game, just the computer or Twitch having a meltdown. Whoever unliked, you're banned. 10 away. Yes. Can we hear from Bobby? Of course you can.
Really excited about Phil's potential to win another world title.
I know. Not really. You can't go on average, as you know.
Yeah.
Gates is average, a lot higher. There's Orton higher. There's Dubridge higher. There's Duff higher. So, you know, he's got to raise his game unless they bottle against him, thinking of what he was and what he's now. That's what they mustn't do.
But he finds certain moments in games to do enough. And the name of the game is to win.
Yeah, that's right, it is. That's what I say. It's a win. There's a win.
He's still in with a shout.
Yeah, when you're not the 1-6-1. You know, things like that, you've got to do that. And then you start winning sets, and probably you shouldn't win it. But you should, because you've got to hit the double to win the set anyway. But it's not very good to watch, if you know what I mean. I like to see really good, powerful scoring darts and good finishing. Like Gates, unbelievable. You know, that sort of game I like to see. But Taylor, obviously, he can produce a game next tomorrow. He might be a different bloke, completely different. I can't see him getting to the finals, but there you are. You know, he might do it.
Well, from what you've seen of Richie Howson, who he's going to face, what do you make of? Who do you think's the eventual winner there?
Well, Richie might be phased, you see, maybe Phil. Might think, I'm playing Phil. Mustn't do that. Just got to shut him off. He's another player. Just focus on your game, and that's what he's got to do. And then if he done that, he'll win. But if he starts thinking, oh, it's Phil, I must hit this double, as Phil will catch me up, or something like that. You know, you can't think like that. You've got to be positive. You've got to be... You've got to beat up your opponent, basically.
John Part or Daryl Fitton, which way are you going to go on this second round match?
Tight. It's a tight call, Raymond. I'll go with Daryl then. I'll go with Daryl.
Daryl Fitton.
That's just, you know, Because he's English.
We will see. Paul Starr's about to introduce the players.
Welcome back to the party, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from Purfleet at the Circus Tavern. And of course, this is the stage where legends played and dart and history was made. It's another night of champions at the Jennings-Bet World Seniors Darts Championship. And we are ready. The players are ready. And it's tungsten time! And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Stockport in England, a former 3-time world semi-finalist. Let's go one step beyond with the Dazzler, Daryl Fitton! And now from Oshawa in Canada, he's a former 3-time champion of the world. Please welcome Darth Maple, John Parks. So John Park completes his Imperial March to the stage in the last match of the last 16. We've just seen Phil the Power Taylor book his place in the quarter-finals. Some good moments for Taylor in that one. The man who had an epic with him on this very stage. John Park in action against Daryl Fitton, the Dazzler, for the last match of the night. And I'm delighted to say that joining me in the commentary box, a very special guest, former quarter-finalist here twice and former UK Open champion, no less. Good evening, Roland Sholton.
Good evening, Chris.
First of all, let's get your thoughts on your own experience. Sorry to drag up that match against Robert Thornton, but he's gone on and played pretty well tonight as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he played really well against me. I just couldn't find my reach. At a certain point, I was 2-3 inches behind the hockey just to find a reach, and I just couldn't find it. I didn't have it at night. And that's how the game goes. Sometimes you win and sometimes you lose, and you got to take it on the chin, and hopefully it's better next round.
Enjoying it though, the whole concept of the World Seniors?
Yeah, it's brilliant. That's why I'm still here. I love it to see old colleagues from, well, last year, for instance, there was somebody I haven't spoke to for 23 years. I always lived nearby Martin Adams. And,
it's John to throw first. Game on.
That is nice always to see Martin Adams. So yeah, you socialise a bit, and that's the nice thing about it, as a player's point of view, anyway.
John Park to get this match underway. We have
100.
seen some really good performances so far this evening. Robert Thornton, as we mentioned. Leonard Gates, though, the best performance we've seen so far in this event.
Yeah, he played brilliant, didn't he? He had some marvellous finishes. I've seen a nice 1-2-2, and he had a 107 and a 101. He played really well, and he had an high average because of that, because he hit his double so well. And you got to give him credit for that. compared to where Martin Adams had loads of chances and he just couldn't make a fist or couldn't put him under pressure.
Yeah, Adams, the beaten finalist last year, will play no part in the final day of this year's tournament. Leonard Gates will play the winner of this match. Bobby George was actually finding it difficult to pick a winner. He edged towards Daryl Fitton. Would you agree with that?
Oh, that's a difficult one. I know it's 50-50. I've both seen them play the first round, and my thoughts are more going towards John Park, but that's maybe my intuition. 99. I don't know. I wouldn't put any money on it. Let's put it like that.
He's a master competitor, isn't he, John Park?
Yeah, he's been there. He's done it. He's got the stamina. He's got the fighting abilities, and he knows. And a bit similar as with Phil. If they hit a good finish, then all of a sudden they're back in the game. The confidence is sky high, and then they're really dangerous contenders.
Yeah, I thought Phil Taylor summed up his own performance pretty well. He said that he was throwing well for most of the match, but the darts weren't going just quite in. And then suddenly they did start going in the trebles.
Well, that's absolutely true. If you've seen he hits a few 1-2-3s, 1-2-1s, and if that millimetre, if it goes into the treble, he hits another 180. And after that 161, he got so much confidence, and he missed hardly any double after that. And he was playing with confidence in.
A very interesting move here from Daryl Fitton, who after just a few throws, John, you require 78.
Yeah, he probably doesn't feel the first set right in his hand, so maybe they're a bit heavier, a bit lighter.
38. They're not happy at all. Scores are 58, 52, 33 and 44. That 44 with the new set from Daryl Fitton.
Yeah, we probably got to get used to it. Maybe the atmosphere is a bit different on the stage, or the reach is different on the stage than it is with the practice balls. That can always happen, that you've got a different feeling on that stage.
John Park's had a good feeling or two on this stage, and he's looking for another one here. Lance Tops to take the opening leg.
John Park's second leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
That's much, much better, that first dart from Daryl Fitton, straight in the treble 20. Like Bussers.
You see, it might have helped them.
He had a tough test in his first round, Daryl Fitton against Les Wallace. Many fancied him to win that quite comfortably, but Wallace kept sticking around.
Yeah, but it was a slow-paced game as well, and I think it suited Daryl a bit more than it did Les in the end.
The new darts, as Roland Scholten says, may well suit Daryl Fitton a little bit more. And it's quite bold to make a change so early in a match, isn't it?
Well, it shows confidence if you can swap that easily and think, well, or straight away, no, this is not the right set at the moment. This is not where I feel confident with it. So then why not swap it? If you got them in your case, then why not use it? You're allowed to, so...
Yeah, playing much better in this second leg. At this point in the first leg, he'd not got much below 400. He's on a finish this time.
I say, it's five trebles after 9 darts, so that's very good.
85. Daryl required 122.
Here we go, 18s all the way. Or is he continuing the 20s? Yes, 62. Treble 10. Double 16 for a nice 1-2-2.
90.
We saw a fantastic 1-2-2 from Leonard Gates. He did go the 18s route, despite the fact that Adams wasn't on a finish at the time.
It wouldn't have harmed Daryl here either, because John is that far behind. He could have gone that way. But if he prefers 32, then so be it. That's on the wire though, isn't it? It's that close. Phil had a few of them as well. And these are just them tiny bits that give you that extra bit of confidence if it falls in.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that you darts players must take. The fact that you can throw a really good dart and it actually makes it harder for you than if you'd thrown a really bad one.
Well, that's the unfair thing about the board, or the fair thing about the board. The wires are deciding if it's in or out, and you can't complain about it. You can have the ump about it, but you can't complain about it. It is what it is.
Trying to put it right on double 8.
Ooh, he'll probably bust it now. Yeah.
No score.
186. Let's see if we can put some pressure on it. Because that's the thing what John will be looking for. He hasn't had one treble, then you have 2 trebles in this leg. That is not enough.
121. Daryl Urukai, 32.
Well, a one-sided leg in Part's favour in leg 1. It was a one-sided leg right until the double bit, but Daryl Fitton does get over the line in leg 2, and we're all square, as you were. You've had a chance, I know you've been here over the course of the weekend, you've been on the stage yourself, you've seen everybody play.
97.
I don't want to waste the opportunity to ask you who you think is most likely to go and lift the trophy on
that's
Sunday night.
That's a tough one, isn't it? Why are you asking me this? Well, if you go by averages, then obviously Leonard Gates with a 97 nearly, and a Robert Thornton looks very strong again. So yeah, that should be the idea. In that way, I'm thinking as well. If you got the confidence and you can put the figures down on the dartboard, no matter who you're playing, then I think, well, these should be the players that should be in the final. But you never know with Phil Taylor. He's been there a few more times than I have, so he probably feels himself good as well now, and you never know what he's going to do the next round. So it's a hard game to call. I'm not a betting man, but I wouldn't say this is for me the winner.
Some of the qualifiers were much fancied before the tournament. McGarry in particular, who lost to Taylor in the first round. Do you subscribe to the theory that Bobby George and others have said that some of the players mentally are playing Phil Taylor as he was rather than as he is?
Oh, definitely. But that's the hard thing about darts. You've got to forget certain things. But to forget things, it's not easy when you're on stage, when you're under that pressure. You always, you should be playing the board, as everybody says, but you're not always doing it. You always think this is the moment that your opponent is going to get that double or get that finish, and if he misses, then you think, oh, now I've got to do it, and you're under pressure again. So, yeah, it's like a clock. It goes from left to right, ding dong, every time you're there with your thoughts, and that's what makes it hard darts.
100.
Well, 100 from Daryl Fitton puts him on one of those awkward kind of finishes, 1-2-9. John Part will be looking to leave something slightly smaller.
Oh, he won't be happy with that. 129. Let's see. Well, 110 left. Treble 20 bullseye. That's in. Will he go for the bullseye? Oh,
104.
nearly.
John, you require 160.
We saw Phil Taylor decline to go at the bull with his opponent on something much smaller than 160. John Part can't manage it, but he can.
45.
He could have left it quite handy. That last start, though, doesn't help at all.
It's again a leg with only 2 or 3 trebles for John, and that's not enough. This way, Daryl will get the upper hand in the game if he can start hitting his double, because that first set took a while, didn't it?
Yeah.
17.
Same problem.
John,
See, these are the moments as a player that you wonder, why? I'm so close with the first one, which is a good marker. 95. Nope.
Just saw that.
That
John Part snarl before that. Really the type
8.
of finish that he used to take out and really hurt his opponents with.
Yep. Double 4. See, they're all about the same distance away as well. Oy, that's another millimetre.
John, you require 60.
Yeah, the closest one, but it's busted score, and it has given John Part a glorious gift-wrapped opportunity. He wants tops to edge back ahead.
Double 10 to get a 2-1 lead, but no.
Daryl, you require 8.
Suddenly busting looks like a good thing.
Yeah.
Back to double 4, but that's miles away. Daryl Fitton really struggling on the doubles in this game.
4.
Again,
John,
2 of them are really
20.
close to the wire, and that's so important. If that drops in with your first dart, you get so much confidence, and then now it's all gone again. It's waiting for what the opponent is going to do.
Just looking at the close-up of that dart from Part there.
Game Sean
The one not in the double,
John
that one
Part.
is.
What, the one on the floor?
It looks like he he needs to give his flights a squeeze.
He actually, I've seen him upstairs just before he's come down or when he started practicing. I think he said I could do with a pair of new flights, so he just put them new on. So probably forgot to make them square.
I think he'd have learned that in all these years.
Yeah, you would have expected it, yeah.
He does have the lead, though, in this match, John Park, a man who you had many a great battle with over the years.
Yep, definitely. Been over to Canada a few times and practiced with John. John lived over in Holland for a while we're missing a 180 of John.
And, of course, enjoyed your most famous moment against him, that 2004 UK Open final.
Yep. I accidentally was there a couple of weeks before and I practiced with John. And there was, we had a few good fights in them practices and occasionally I beaten him and I thought, well, at their final, I can remember I was 4-1 up and I thought, well, I'm not going to let this go. I'm not going to let you beat me this time. And then I took the title. I was very pleased with that, yeah. But again, that's also because we were practicing together a couple of weeks before that. So you start knowing each other and you find out certain weaknesses or certain strengths of players. And then you make use of it.
Great honour to have. Not just to win at a major tournament, but to beat a man who would become a three-time world champion in the final.
Definitely, definitely. And he played awesome. I've seen him win his first world title with the Embassy. He played absolutely brilliant. I think he never lost a set until the final.
John,
he was amazing.
Yeah, at that point, nobody really knew who he was.
And he was mentally that strong. I think he still is.
Yeah, it was a very, very interesting interview John Park gave with Helen at the end of yesterday's match. He said he still believes that it could come, that 95-plus average. He still thinks it's in him somewhere.
Well, we all got that feeling, I think. We were all fighters and we're all trying to do our utmost best. And, you know, if it drops, it's a confidence matter. And, yeah, I think we all got the fighting ability to look for that piece of confidence to drop in the game again.
He showcased his talent with the 180 to open this leg. And it completes the leg. And indeed the set.
Second set, first leg. It's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
Not playing at any great pace himself, Daryl Fitton, is he? You mentioned the speed of the match yesterday, but he hasn't really got into a rhythm at all.
No, but that's also something you've got to, well, if his speed isn't normally as high as it is, but he's a player who concentrates on each dart. There is a sort of rhythm in there. If you count it, then you know what he's doing. And
100.
But it's not like flying really rapidly like a Michael van Gerwen or Michael Smith who just throw them blindfoldedly.
96.
I think that's also got to do with our eyesight getting older. We need to concentrate more, and that's the beauty of it, especially with this event over 50, that everybody's got the same handicap. So you don't hear anybody complaining about the fact that it's going a bit slower, because we all got that.
Yeah, it really does have that feel to it. It almost is a bit of a throwback in terms of the way the crowd behaves, the way that
the crowd
setup is
brilliant. I think it's lovely to play here every time. As you can see, they can nearly all touch the stage. It's absolutely perfect.
Fitton trying to discover his best stuff.
65.
131.
He went for the 11 to leave 32. Now he's got 54s, and now he's got to go towards tops. And John Park is miles away here.
Having a good look.
Yeah.
Find a way to leave something to put some pressure on. He needed another treble to leave a finish.
Oh, brilliant last time, didn't it? Beautiful how that fell in. Now, how will it be at tops? Again, close. Starts sweating a bit. That's good.
Yeah, it might feel a little bit cooler now, because that really had become a problem in this match for Daryl Fitton.
96.
All right, he had a really slow opening leg and then won the second, but he really had to chase the doubles around in the third.
Yep. Double 16, double 4, double 8. He had a few misses on them.
77.
Not much between them in the average department there. Nobody really expected it to be the highest quality match of the evening.
No.
40.
No, but they will be fighting for it. Don't worry about that. They're both competitive enough.
Yeah, something that top quality sports people never lose, really. That competitive edge.
140.
When they do, they come and sit in the commentary box. Referring to Paul Nicholson himself, Roland.
No, but you see, as he just hit that 140, Daryl, you can see the confidence is still there. It just needs to drop in a bit. It just needs, you also need a bit of luck that you think, oh, go on, here we go. And then you try and do it again, and this happens. Then you think, where has it gone? I just hit a 140, where you used to do that all the time.
82.
One throw after the other.
And that's something we certainly have seen it. Great moment from some players. Peter Manley, who had the worst average of the round, but took out a 161 finish.
Yep.
Brilliant moment from him.
95.
Just can't do it as often anymore.
Well.
Although one of the great things about the sport of darts is there is no barrier. Some of the top players in the professional game are over the age of 50.
Well, Phil was still 57, I think, when he played his last World Championship and got into the final.
I think of Peter Wright winning at that age.
Yep. But now being that age as well, I got to admit,
40.
When you're younger, you're more hungry for the game, you're more motivated, you're easier standing in front of the bar 3, 4, 5 hours a day practicing. And I don't think a lot of us will do that anymore. Obviously, they're all playing their exhibitions and they're all doing their tournaments here and there.
41.
But you all get a bit like satisfied or yeah, what else is there to say about it? You feel pleased about what you've done in the past, and of course you want to win, but if it don't go, you've got more.
You
carry it a lot easier. Let's put it like that.
Both players, you can see, are certainly determined to get that win. Certainly determined to perform as well. You heard it from Taylor, we heard it from John Part yesterday. We want to go up there and treat the crowd to a brilliant performance. The most important thing, of course, is always the win.
Yep. And that's all that matters in the end. The W for every player. We don't look at the average here. We talk about it. We look at it, and then I don't think any winner would say, well, I would rather have a 115 average than a 54. But then again, if you've got a 54 and you win, then who gives a toss about 115?
John Part looking. Double 16.
But Daryl missed double tops again, didn't he?
John Part.
Yeah, he's just taking the crumbs, really, that Darryl was leaving for him.
Yep.
Something that he made a career out of, John Part. If you missed, he would hit. It's a fascinating point on the averages there. Do you think it's something that the modern-day dart player has become over-obsessed with?
Well, it's a good measuring point of where you stand and what you do in the practice. Nowadays, with all the data that's available, I think it should be time for the professionals, and the top professionals anyway, to get coaches and to dive into these sort of things and see where you make your mistakes and see where you can practice on. Although I've got to say, there's only 82 Sigmans on the board. There's a lot to be learned out of all the data that is there. And like we talked about it earlier, a W is a W, and that's the most important thing. But the standard, obviously, is getting higher and higher and higher.
And if you can use a little edge to get that win,
yep,
that could make the difference.
It certainly could.
I feel it's getting into an important time in this match for Daryl Fitton. John Part gets too clear, it will feel like a long way back.
Yeah, when you're 2 sets down, then it's hard to come back. But not impossible.
Have seen it, of course. We've seen it in this tournament. Darren Johnson did it against Larry Butler.
But then again, it takes so much energy out of you. It costs you so much concentration. The two good darts, 97. Oh, that's a beautiful 3 darts.
Quite remarkable that after all of the marathon matches we had in the first round, not a single one
in 3-2.
the last 16 matches has gone, yeah, 5 sets. Maybe the last one will.
Well, it's also a bit of a short format normally. In the first round, everybody just wants to get through it to be in the second round, and then when you're there, you sort of relaxes. But the format is too short, so you either got it or you haven't got it at that time.
The format will stay the same right up until the final, when it'll go from best of 5 sets to first 2 5 sets. Quarters, semis and final all being played tomorrow. The action resuming from 1 p.m.
See Daryl complaining here. The flight is standing in front of his view for the treble, so he's whinging a bit. Why did I put it there? And then he goes down to the 19s.
He still does look a little bit sort of unhappy, uncomfortable, I think, Daryl Fitton on the stage.
And it's also that process. How do you work with that in your mind? How does it go? Do you stay negative? Because negative thoughts you don't need on that stage. You want to be positive. You want to think, oh yeah, well, I'm in here. I've got a chance.
I only ever met John Part once in his professional career. He beat him as well. They played in a UK Open qualifier back in 2005.
Oh, that's a few years ago.
May have reminded him in the practice room if he remembers. What has the sort of rivalry been like between the players backstage? Has there been a few old rivalries renewed?
Well, you obviously say things, but you don't mean it. It's a bit of give and take, and no, I think everybody is quite fair and honest about the way they played, and they cough up straight away if they say, well, you were the better one tonight. Because we all know it's just a moment that we're there. Like when I lost against Robert Thornton, well, you beat me fair and square. There's nothing you can do about it. You get older, you shake each other's hands, and you go to the bar. And that's it. Have a bit of fun. Life is too short to be miserable.
Party's going to have a bit of fun here. That leaves double top.
Tops, yeah, for 2 all. Hey, he miscounted there, I think.
Hasn't he? Yeah.
I think he has, yeah.
Game show on the 4th leg. John Part.
No, it's in. I didn't see it.
Check no score.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
There's a bit of confusion there between the young referee Charlie Corsterfield and the old master John Part.
He tried to get the audience going.
Yeah, 25 first, left 94, treble 18 left tops, and he busted it on the ball.
Oh. It was a good dart though in the ball. Spot on him.
94, John, you require 119.
Well, let's try again, John. Now go the right way.
So
he might go for the 19s this time.
Yeah, I think
just to be sure.
It'd be funny if he did it that way.
Yeah, you see.
And then went on tops. So treble 20 for tops this time, John.
And that is what makes a good dart player, to concentrate at that time and do things like this. This is why John Part is John Part. He is extremely good in these sort of things.
Well, that's a memorable moment, a magical moment, a huge mistake from John Part. But boy, did he put it right.
Yeah, and then you see the focus again and the concentration. Oh, I buggered it up. I need to put that right. And then he done it. And now I want to see how his concentration is after all the effort that he put into the 119. Especially when Daryl starts with 140. He needs to be alert now.
Yeah, keeping his cool amongst all the fun from John Part there.
Yeah, and this is the chance for Daryl to make it 1 all in the sets. and go into the break and think, oh, we've got a level playing field. And that's a nice 180. That will help him.
Yeah, brilliant start for this all-important leg. 140 followed by maximum.
121.
Good answer from John as well. But he's still more than 100 behind here, plus these. Oh, this is a tremendous leg. 140, 180. What is he going to leave?
137.
Oh, brilliant darts. 7 trebles out of the 9 darts. It's amazing.
He must be quite confused because he wasn't putting any runs like this together earlier in the match.
137.
This is when it counts, isn't it? Set play.
Now you require 44.
And that's what makes that play so interesting. 12 for double 16. Will it give him the confidence? Double 8, come on, he says to himself. Get in there. Yes.
On the second set.
The fit and finds
Great.
it. He pulls level with par, and at the interval, he's all square. A bit of a strange moment in the previous leg when John Park miscounted, came back to take out the 119, but a brilliant leg of darts from Daryl Fitton means at the break, it's 1 set apiece.
Hello, my loving darts fans and cheating darts fans. Alan, can't believe you were on that second-rate streamers channel. If Justin Pipe did a comeback, he'd have to start last week, and then he'd catch up with us next week. And as for Price, well, he can't wear ear defenders anymore. They're banned. Oh. Thank you for all the likes, guys. Do appreciate it. We made it over the 400. Yeah, you make sure you do, Alan. I didn't even know you were on there. It's just because I was in a Discord chat with all the others. Are you looking forward to tomorrow's action, guys? Should be starting about midday tomorrow. We think it's about midday, so just watch the channel. Glad they've banned them. Horrid. Our admin, you mean fucking Paul, you twat. Oh my god, Terence, I'm listening to you in my other ear. Alan, you should be in the Discord call. You want to hear it. It's 1 PM, Paul. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Dave. Sunday session times are the same as today. Thank you, Tuna. So 1 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow for that. I honestly didn't know. No, we're just having a laugh and a joke, Alan. It's all good. We're in the Discord chat at the same time, laughing and joking in one of the rooms. I'll be first on. Yeah. Yes, we'll be streaming at 1 o'clock tomorrow. I'll put like a pre-stream up, as it were. You know, where you can join the stream before it starts. So I will put that up tonight, guys, so you can start saving that stream ready for tomorrow. And then I'm guessing there'll be an evening session for the semi-final and finals, I'm guessing, guys. So I shall be back tomorrow night as well. Right, they're just coming back. So this will be the conclusion of our stream tonight, guys, when they finish. So I will love you and leave you to enjoy the remainder of the evening. And I will see you all tomorrow lunchtime with the quarterfinals and then the semi-finals. Enjoy the rest of the matches, guys, and I'll speak to you tomorrow.
Welcome back to the Circus Tavern, where a couple of the great players of days of old are on the hockey, fighting it out for a place in the quarterfinals of the World Seniors Darts Championship. John Part took the opening set before Daryl Fitton level with an excellent leg of darts just before the break there. Took him a while to get comfortable, but he certainly looked that in that last leg.
Yep, definitely. And you saw his rhythm is going up a bit then, and but never underestimate Party. You've seen it, what he's done on the 119. He cocks it up and then he throws it out so easily the next 3 darts. That's absolutely brilliant. That's what these sort of players are capable of.
Didn't expect to see John Park miscount, I'll be honest. I think he'll get a few messages from some of his commentary friends.
Definitely. And if they're not doing it, then they're missing a perfect occasion to take the mickey out of him.
Well, it's game on in set 3. It's a race 2-3 sets. You may have heard us say 30 before the break that none of the last 16 matches today have gone the full distance. That's after many of the first round ties did, including a few tie-breakers as well. 54. Many were looking at this as a bit of a 50-50 match, so maybe this will be the one that goes
all the way.
Yeah,
that will be something.
We haven't had a sudden death leg yet. We've come close.
We've gone very close, yeah. Keith Ella was one, wasn't it?
Yeah. He's bowing out this afternoon after a good win against Mike Huntley in his opening match. We're going down to a very good Neil Duff.
You can see now that the speed, the rhythm of the darts with Daryl is picking up. It's going a bit faster than he did in the first couple of sets. He's got a bit more confidence now. And John Park, what a beautiful 180. There's never a wrong time to hit a 180, I always say.
Yeah, there's certainly a right time, and maybe it is when you're sensing your opponent starting to feel confident. Just try and put him back in his place, John.
Yeah.
99. Is that something that you pick up on when you're on the stage, how your opponent might be feeling at any given time?
Oh yeah, definitely. You always look for signs that you think, oh well, especially here, for instance, when he hits a fall that far away from the 18 that he was aiming for. Certain things you pick up on, but then again, you're not perfect yourself anymore, so you make mistakes yourself as well. So they obviously going to see that, your opponent.
41. Trying not
John,
to,
you require
to give anything away
149.
is difficult at times.
Yep.
149 on offer for John Parr. It's not going to go. Daryl Fitton with a chance for the first 170 finish of the tournament.
59. Daryl, you require 170.
It would be a good way to nick the leg.
Been a few big ones. Mentioned the 161 by Manley. We saw that from Taylor as well.
John, you require 90.
Treble 20. Oh, we went for the ball first. 70 left.
38. Daryl, you require 132.
It's like he wants a spectacular finish here. Didn't get the 170, so left 132.
Yep. Still involves the bullseye. 107, treble 19. Oh, look at that wire. It's just on the other side of the wire, and that would make so much difference for yourself to get that confidence.
John, you require 52.
It leaves a good 32. Now the pressure is on John Part. 52. 20 for double 16. Double 8. One more dart for the lead. Yes.
Game shot in the first leg. John Part. Second leg, it's Daryl
Part takes out
Fitton
the 52 after Fitton couldn't get a dart for the ball for 132. Have to say your 131 finish wasn't half bad.
It's more luck than wisdom.
76.
Must have felt good though.
Yeah, it's always nice if you hit the the spaces that you're aiming for. I've got to admit that.
John Park's starting to find one or two trebles. You can see he's annoyed that he didn't follow that with a second dart there.
Yep.
Still dancing, Lennon Gates.
He's had them earphones up all evening, and when he was practicing continuously, he was listening to music and dancing, and occasionally you hear him speaking, and he speaks so loud because he's got these earmuffs on. Good 180 here for Daryl Fitton. Makes it level in this set.
I think a lot of people would be dancing if they performed as well as Lennon Gates has tonight.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
I don't think he was listening to our commentary, unfortunately.
Well, definitely not mine, because I was watching him.
99.
Just happening in flashes. It's a very, very difficult game to predict. There's no real consistency from either player.
It's consistently up and down.
I wish I'd said that.
Well, that's it with darts as well. You need to have a certain level, a certain consistency in the game that you think, here is what I'm happy with. You've got to cope with the bad darts, and you've got to take the good darts and think, well, this is it. This is where my confidence is going to get in.
134. Derry requires 64.
Keeps leaving something, doesn't he, John Park?
He always keeps the hope that your opponent's going to miss. Double 16. He's had a few at double 16 already. Oh, now he hits double 8.
John, you require 167.
Just do wonder with the placement of that dart in the single 16, whether he was aiming for the single 8 to leave tops there, Daryl Fitton. All he's got to do is do exactly what he just did.
Yeah.
93. Derry requires 16.
Double 8. He hasn't hit that yet. That's good.
Daryl Fitton. Third leg, it's John to throw first.
Cannot separate this pair. The last match of the last 16 at the 2023 World Seniors Darts Championship.
60.
They turned up in good numbers today, and they'll be here to see a winner crowned on Sunday.
Yeah, the audience has been amazing, really good, knowledgeable people, and I was here last year. I was lucky enough to be invited for the first one as well, and it's really nice to see people from last year as well, and it's nice to see the same faces again.
Yeah, nobody really knew what to expect, whether we would get a more modern day kind of boisterous darts crowd, but it is very much the old sort of best of order while the players are throwing, but feeling free to make some noise in between.
Yeah, definitely. They're knowledgeable, they're giving you all the respect on the stage, and they can have a laugh with you, and if you turn around you can have a chit chat, but they also know that you've got to focus, and no, it's very nice.
95.
Like you've never been away.
Oh, that's indeed the feeling that you're getting. It has got a certain atmosphere in the room because of the low ceiling compared to the big stage, the bigger stages, let's put it like that. And that gives it also a bit of extra tension, which is great.
John Park is a man who has won at all three of the spiritual homes of darts.
66.
To win here at the Lakeside and at the Ali Pali.
Definitely. Something to be jealous of.
Trying to get his nose in front here, but Daryl finishes first to a finish in this leg against the throw.
Would be lovely here if John could hit a 180, but he'll be aiming for that. He would be happy with just one treble. Well, 60.
Daryl require 167.
In his own leg, so Daryl would be hoping to bring this down as far as possible. So, 26. Good last start.
John, you require 160.
Yeah, rescued it. If Park can't take this out, then should get a dart at least a bullseye when he comes back. But who's to say that Park can't take it out?
Just reflects off his first dart.
100. Daryl, you require 84.
And then you see that there's a different focus in John, isn't there? There's a bit of more extra power that he gives to the darts when he feels he's got a small chance. Good dart. Double 12.
It's always been that way as well, Party.
Oh,
60.
he's very unfortunate there.
John, you require 60.
Now, just that little bit of almost menace in his face, a bit of aggression when he's throwing his darts. Double 10. Steal the leg.
50. Daryl,
No.
require 24.
He's definitely not happy about it. He's had a good look at it. Double 12. Double 6. Come on. That's a good dart.
Daryl Fitton.
Fitton now effectively
Full
taking
Daryl's the
control
throw
here.
first. Game on.
If he can hold his throw, he will lead by 2 sets to 1 in this race to 3 and move a set away from that quarter-final meeting with Leonard Gates, the best performer in this round.
60.
Yeah, that would be something I want to watch. How does Leonard Gates play, for instance, against the John Park, where he obviously has been playing a lot against over in America and the areas, or where he's going to play against a little bit slower playing Daryl Fitton. That will be an interesting match to see the winner out of this playing against the man who just put down the highest average. How would he cope with either of these players?
And the possibility, of course, of a semi-final meeting with Phil Taylor, if that...
One game at a time.
Yeah.
One game at a time, Chris.
60.
That's what we've all learned. That's what we're always saying. One game at a time.
Just for your information at home, the schedule of play for tomorrow, we'll see Phil Taylor play at the very first match of the
134.
afternoon, his quarter-final against Richie House, and the winner of this will then face Gates before Durbridge meets Painter and Neil Duff takes on Robert Thornton.
140.
John is back in the race again. Needs a treble to leave a finish. And he's got it.
82.
Every leg just seems like a game of cat and mouse.
96. Daryl, you require 144.
Now on a big finish, John Tart on a more achievable one.
107 left.
56.
Missed
John, you
it.
require
108.
108.
Which way will he go? 18s, 20s, 19s. Also a possibility. Nope. 82 left. Bullseye, treble 14. His bigger target. Bullseye.
76.
They hit
got
it.
on
Daryl, you require
Yeah, he hit it
88.
earlier.
Bitton may get a dart at that target at the end of this visit. We'll hope for better than that, but 18 would leave it.
That's for the set. Oh,
Game
yes.
shot in the third set. Daryl Fitton.
Super
Brilliant.
stuff from Darryl
Brilliant.
Fitton.
Yeah.
2-1 lead in
First
stats.
leg, it's Daryl's to
And it's
throw
now
first.
his throw in what he hopes will be the last set of the last match on Saturday night at the Circus Tavern.
Well, if he keeps on
Game on.
finishing like this, which obviously is going to give him confidence.
Something that he's managed to put right during the match as well, isn't it? He had a lot of problems with doubles early in the encounter.
Yeah, and he was very close, so he couldn't really complain about it.
123.
Obviously, he had a few which were a bit further away, but he had an awful lot of darts which were really close to the wire. And then, yeah, you just can't get mad at yourself saying, well, this could have been in or should have been in. It's like millimetres.
134.
It now comes down to scoring and having the good feeling.
He will, though, be fully aware of the character that John Part has.
42.
He will keep fighting.
Yeah, Daryl needs a bit more luck with his first dart. He's just fallen underneath, fallen a bit short for him. This is where John is coming back in. Can you get the third one there now? The 140, but that will do him.
It's a couple of 2 treble visits for John Partner on the Fitton throw as well. So just when it looked like Fitton had really taken control of the contest, he might get broken straight away.
40.
Another 2, 3 good darts from John Part.
140.
Leaving a nice 87 in the leg where Daryl Fitton started.
Well, any darts player would be happy with this, wouldn't they? 87 after 9.
Definitely. 2, 4, 6 trebles out of 9.
43.
It's very
John
good.
Uruguay, 87.
Doesn't have to go for the 20. He goes treble 18, double 8.
Game shot on the
You
first
see how
leg.
quick that
John
goes.
Parks.
He felt that it was going in.
Second leg, it's John to
Textbook
throw
leg of darts
first.
there from
Game
John
on.
Part.
12 darts.
A break of throw as well. Just letting Daryl Fitton know you've not won yet.
Definitely not, no.
100.
He's still in the game. But Daryl will not give it away that easily, I think. He's got a lot of fighting spirit in him.
Just quite a few of these types of visits in this match from Daryl Fitton, where he's scoring less than 60, shall we say, 40s and 45s.
81.
He's been a bit unlucky with his first dart a few times, just underneath that treble, and the way his dart stands, then he's got to go away. Now you see he's aiming a bit higher so he can get a straight line towards it. Now you see it's underneath it, then he has to go down again.
59.
And that one is also a bit short. He's not far away, but it's just that bit of feeling that you need. A bit of, if that goes in, then you get a bit more confidence and you throw a bit harder.
140.
Part seems to have found his range,
Yeah.
suddenly. He's hitting trebles in every single visit. In fact, he hit at least 1 treble in every visit in the previous leg, and he's done the same again in this leg.
Yep. This is what I meant with Daryl. If he's got that feeling, we've seen it earlier, he can hit as easily as John Part, score with him. So in that respect, they're on par.
$26.
Finally comes up dry. Still does leave a finish, but if Fitton can find something here, then might be able to cancel out the break of throw.
137. No,
99.
99. Just
John
can't
Uruguay,
reach into the finish area.
154.
$74.
94.
60 left. For his next visit, he knows he's going to get 3 darts at it. Or 2 darts at least.
The way his darts stand as well, they're not the same as Daryl's, so a dart in the 20 shouldn't really be in the way of tops for John Park.
84. John Uruguay, 60.
Loads of space, like you said. But they got to go in.
20.
It's unfortunate there.
Daryl Uruguay, 94.
Daryl gets his chance. Choices here, bullseye or treble 18. Goes aggressive,
Double.
may go double, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought he would look at, but he didn't go that way.
29. John Uruguay, 40.
Double his lead in this set.
And when he hits it, it's actually been quite easily for John, but he misses it.
26.
Oh, and by a bit too far to his own likings as well. Now he's looking where Daryl
Daryl
is on.
65.
65. Which way will he go? Will he go bull tops or will he go treble 15?
May even go treble
He
11.
may even, yeah, because he loves. He goes for the bull. Fair enough. 2 darts for tops to get it all level. Double 10.
55.
John Park's
John
left it
Uruguay,
awkward because of
40.
that dart that found its way into the 6.
Yeah, but again, with his way of throwing his darts, if it is underneath
Game
it,
shot, the
which is
second
in,
leg.
goes straight
John
in,
Parks.
then he still would have had the space
Third
for
leg,
it.
it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
You're right as well, Roland. He certainly is playing at pace. He's almost just put his foot on the hockey before he's thrown the dart.
Yep.
making it look effortless at times. Really nothing between them in the averages, both around that 80-81 mark, and John Park looks like he's about to make it deadlock in sets.
Yeah, averages don't mean a lot. They both know they've missed a lot of doubles.
60.
So that could have been a lot higher if, here we see the scores are there. 7-140s for John, 18 tons for Daryl. So there is a certain consistency into it.
58.
In this game, it's not always what you hit, but when you hit.
That's it, yeah. When can you do the opponent the most pain?
60.
Doesn't really, yet in this game, seem to have been that massively significant moment. It could have happened in that previous leg when Part had missed 5 or 6 darts at double. Fitton had his chance to cancel out the break, but we look destined for the only 5th set of this round.
Especially if John is playing like this. Another 180 of him.
180.
That is the 3-time world champion's 3rd of this match. Good response.
Unlucky last one.
Just see there how quick he was to the hockey as well. Fitton had hardly moved before John arrived.
He's trying to get more pace into it, maybe. Maybe to show his opponent I'm feeling good. Just move out of the way so I can throw my arrows.
You get that from some players who really like to command the stage, don't they? Kevin Painter springs to mind.
He doesn't like it to be slowed down either, but that's why he played a really, really good match today.
Dealt with it very well, actually. Dennis Harbour.
Dennis Harbour was slow, but that's his pace, and then you got to adjust to it. And Dennis missed a few doubles. He had his chances as well. It's not that he wasn't there on stage. He definitely had his chances, but Kevin used his better than Dennis did at the time.
Yeah, that looks like a very good match on paper between Painter and Dugbridge tomorrow.
97.
Old rivals.
The wayward one, 21.
76. Ooh. 16 for tops now. Yep. Leave tops. 112. He's capable of it, especially for the set. You see his aggression in his face. He knows he needs to do this. 92, that one is an awkward line for him. He can't get past it. He needs to...
Doesn't have to stay there, does he? He could move the treble 18.
Yeah, but you normally don't do that.
Yeah, it's very rare, but it is an option, isn't it? Especially when your opponent's sitting on a double.
Yeah, you're right there.
61. Daryl required 40.
Well, to stay back in this set...
Game shot on the 3rd leg.
That will give him a good feeling.
4th leg, it's John to throw first.
It felt like half an opportunity for John Park there, but this is the real chance now on his throw.
Yeah, you need to break him now, don't you?
60.
Again, speak about the beauty of set play. If he does break him, suddenly he's throwing for the match.
Yep. And John only started with a 60, and we've both seen players hitting 2 trebles, 3 trebles, 2-3 throws on the trot.
57.
You see, Daryl was looking there to find a triple. 19, 20s, and 18s he tried. John got a good last dart here. Had a good lie with that second dart, or the first dart where he could go above it. Now we'll go to the 18s, I assume. No, he stays there. He had a good view of it then.
59.
2 visits without finding a treble. Advantage Park in this all-important leg, which if Park wins, forces a deciding set.
100.
If Fitton wins, and he will throw for the match.
There's a good first one for Daryl. That's a lovely lie.
140.
Back in the race again.
He's certainly asking questions of John Part now. Needs a treble. Can't get one.
This could be the moment for Daryl Fitton. Hit 1 or 2 trebles here. Will he get the one? Will he get in front?
81.
Good last dart over the first 2. Really good dart.
Watching John Part behind him now, he's looking up at the screen and having a little talk to himself. Really pumped, really trying to find something, and it seems to have worked. A little team
120,
talk.
yeah. 78 left, he'll go for the 18s. Oh, he won't be happy with that, but he's got a good lead here. 164 to make it 2-all. 2 treble 19s. 1 is in. It's a good marker there. Oh, again, against the wire.
92. John, you require 74.
This is a huge, huge moment in this match. We've been waiting for the when. This could be the when.
20. Yep. Brilliant.
John Part.
The goal the way, John Part takes out 74 to force the final set, in which he has the throw. But of course, if it does go to 2-2, then a player must win by 2 clear legs.
And again with a good finish. So all the knowledge of all the players that said it will be a 50-50 game, they all got a bit of idea about it. There's nothing in between the players.
Yeah, there really isn't. John Part, he's had a little bit more time to prepare for this because he was actually at the Premier League in Cardiff on Thursday, and of course played the following night. You wouldn't know it by watching John Part on the hockey, but he does love being involved in a real competitive game of darts.
Yeah, definitely. He loves the thrill of fighting. He loves the competitiveness. He really lives for these moments. And then the best feeling is obviously when you take it, when you win a game like this, and you think, well, I had to fight for it.
41.
Showed some of that fighting closing out that previous set. He has the advantage of throwing this one.
Often you can see it in his face when he's starting to move his lips and get more aggression into his face. He throws them a bit faster and a bit harder. There where Daryl is less readable, let's say, in body language.
118.
It was impressive stuff from John in that last couple of visits to win that previous set, forcing the decider.
He's still ahead in his own leg now. Waiting for Daryl to put the pressure on. 101 left. Can he hit another one?
100. John, you require 104.
Treble 17. Nope. 99 left. 19. That's a good last start, but
Daryl, you require
the
81.
first possibility here for Daryl to take this leg, to go ahead. Tops he needs.
Interesting thought that from Daryl Fitton, because he decided to get rid of the 25 at full segment at the beginning to give himself a dart tops.
Definitely.
Paid off, breaks the throat.
A good finish there for Daryl. Now he's feeling on top again. And John needs to get out of himself a bit more aggression.
Must just start to feel like the hard work that he did in getting the previous set might be for nothing. If Fitton holds here, and he is 1 away. But because of...
You see that John is starting to push a bit more. He uses more of his body to get the darts further forwards. He's getting a bit more aggressive now. He knows he's got to try and get better scores.
It's a huge leg, isn't it? Because if Daryl Fitton wins this, he's 1 away. John Part is then 4 legs away because of the tiebreak situation.
Plus, Daryl can relax a bit more. He's allowed to lose a leg and then start his own again. But he's first going to try and hold his own, because that will be very important now. And John will be giving it everything. You see the facial expression now also with Daryl. He's putting a bit more power into it. He's getting a bit hungrier. You see he's speeding up with his arm as well. He's trying to follow through a bit better, a bit easier.
Almost a sign that he's sensing that he's nearing the finish line in this match.
Yeah, he's got a chance. He's feeling that he's got this chance. You see that Daryl is a bit quicker now to the hockey as well. What you said earlier, that John was pushing Daryl away, and now you see Daryl is nearly pushing John away. Like, let me go.
Couldn't wait to get there and do that.
They're trying to hurt each other with each start. Good leg here from Daryl. Triple, like you said, every throw. 2 in the last one even.
95.
He's a nice 83.
The time on his side as well. Wouldn't need to bother with the bullseye at the end of this combination.
Oh, we'll probably go for treble 10 here. Yep, double 18.
47.
Not to worry, he's allowed to come back. How much pressure can John put on this? 36.
93.
Oh, he leaves a 2-dart finish.
36.
So there is a bit of pressure here.
Big moment. Big dart.
Straight in. Great dart from Daryl.
Third leg, it's John's to throw first. Game on.
So we do have that scenario that we spoke about. John Parr is now 4 legs away from winning the match. Daryl Fitton only 1.
26.
And as you said, Roland, you can afford to lose 1 as well.
Yep. And it wasn't a good start from John, 26. So Daryl would be confident here to hope at least. No,
46.
46. Well, always better than 26. But it wouldn't be what he will be happy with.
Well,
he would love to have a treble there.
He would have started the leg thinking, I'll try and outscore John Part in every visit. I'm not sure he would have been thinking.
Well, it's 20 points. It's a head start, isn't it? It's better than nothing. It's better than being behind. You see that he's got the same rhythm as he had before, but now they just don't want to fall in. And then these are the moments that you think, what do I do? Do I keep the same speed, or do I try and focus a bit more? This is where you see John loosening up a bit as well and trying to follow through, and then he gets a 3. Yeah.
The reaction said it all. Not a happy chappy.
Is this the moment that he gives away all his hard work? Is this where Daryl Fitton can step in and say, well, this game is mine?
96.
There's some good things in this match and this tournament, John Park, but it seems to be slipping away. It would have been the ultimate irony that he followed 3 with 3 treble 20s.
Yeah. I bet he would have loved that and all. There's Daryl. Oh, that first one had a beautiful lie to
81.
Throw the second one against.
Here he comes again. He just will not go away. I'm sure you've felt that a few times with John Parks.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, John is a fighter.
60.
177, John. You can do something about it here. Although you've had a few bad throws, you could get into this leg by hitting a nice big score.
99.
He had a score of 3 and then 3 scores of 99.
This is where Daryl actually didn't play this bad, but he just couldn't put any pressure on it. You see, they're going all over the place now. It is as if he's thinking about it now instead of throwing them.
We'll get a chance to win the match here, but there's nothing that's happened in the last
require
6 visits
136.
that would suggest he'll find a couple of trebles.
Even 100 here, or 96, that will put a lot of pressure on John now. He needs to take that 60 out. He knows this is his chance, this is his turn. Double 20, that one is nice. And just double 10. Oh,
40.
worthy is the last 3 darts we've seen of John Part in this World Championship.
40.
But a match starts.
And this time he does take his time. Focus. Knows how big it is. He wants to get it done now. He wants to get it done now.
Brilliant darts.
And he does. Daryl Fitton is the last man through to the quarterfinals.
Whoa, we got there in the end, guys. Double top to finish the night. Don't forget, guys, smash the like button as you walk out the door. I will be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock with the quarterfinals, and then in the evening with the semi-final and finals. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you've enjoyed it. Great to see the Power back on the stage, and we'll see them all again tomorrow when we'll all be back on the Darts channel. Have a great night, guys, and see you tomorrow night. Tomorrow lunchtime even.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, your appreciation please for John Part. Come on, Daryl, let's have the whippers and chats. That was well fought, well done.
Yeah, battled again. I've got a heart of a lion, but the body of an elephant, so...
Look, Daryl, the press are waiting for you, and it could potentially be a very, very long day for you tomorrow. So do you mind if we just say congratulations and let you go, because you've got your press bits and pieces to do. So you're still going to be here for a little while, and I've got a feeling that you might just want to get back and get some rest.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Daryl Fitton, our last quarter finalist of the evening.